But did we decide I signed my own form? Your email. We're doing that for July. Now, I don't think so. Yeah. Really? She's telling us her working on that. I don't know how long it's gonna last. I thought this is not for y'all. Get back in. I know. I'm like, it'll be okay. We're just we were supposed to do it. So whenever you're ready, I wonder why you escaped. All right, welcome to the May 26, 2022 BAR small meeting. My name is Lindsay Van Slambrook. Other board members present today are Glenn Gardner, Bill Huey, Fillmore Wilson, and Julia Martin. City staff present today are Frankie Pinto, the BARS administrator, and Isabella Gordonier, preservation planner. The order of today's meeting will be as follows. We'll start with an introduction and overview of the project by city staff for the benefit of the board and the public. This will be followed by the applicant presentation, which is limited to 10 minutes. Anyone associated with the project should present during this time. This includes the property owners, developers, designers, consultants. By ordinance, the board can ask questions of the applicant at any time. By custom, we do so on the heels of the applicant's presentation. Board questions will be followed by a period of public comment. If you were speaking as a member of the public, please state your name for the record clearly, first and last name. Public comment will be followed by city staff comments and recommendations. Following city staff comments and recommendations, the applicant will have a period of 5 minutes to clarify or respond to anything raised during public comment or in the city staff comments and recommendations. This is not an opportunity to reopen your presentation, merely to clarify or respond. After the applicant presentation, public comment and the applicant presentation will be closed. So we'll move into board discussion and a vote. The following items have been withdrawn or deferred today. Agenda item number 4, 29 Race Street. If there are students present today, we're glad to have you with us. Please stay for the appropriate length of time. And then if you'll go to the back room and staff will sign the form so that you can be credited for attending. Now I'll turn it over to Frankie for some meeting protocol.
We've gone through meeting participants. Written public comment, use of the following methods to submit written comment. Deadline to submit written comments is 12 p.m. on business day prior to the meeting. Comments should include your name, address, telephone number, meeting date, and project number, and written provided to the board 24 hours in advance of the meeting, and will be acknowledged into the record and summarized. If this is a concern, you're encouraged to attend the meeting in person. Those are some options for people to provide. Procedures, all applicants have been. Staff will control the slide presentation that includes everything submitted by the applicant on the deadline in accordance to submittal requirements. Applicants simply need to ask staff to advance to the next slide for your presentation. Applicant, staff, and board members are required to give their name when speaking. All applications heard today are part of a public meeting format. Written public comments received before the deadline, the day before, were provided to the board members. Board members will be polled by the chairperson for comments and for their vote on a motion. Each member when voting should respond yay in favor or nay not in favor, and the chair shall reread the motion verbatim. And the board member making the motion should correct the chair if he has not reread the motion accurately. I will also let the board know, and I will let the public know. We have had some sound issues, so I encourage you to speak loudly and clearly if possible. And item 1.
Agenda item number 1 is approval of the minutes from the April 28th. Do I have a motion for approval? Lauren, do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Phil Moore. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion passes. Agenda item number 2 is executive session to receive legal advice pursuant to South Carolina Code Section 3470A2 specific to item 3. The board may take action on any item, including any subsection of any section listed on an executive session agenda or discuss an executive session during a properly noticed meeting. Do I have a motion to go into executive session? So, thank you, Julia. All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed. All right. Right, we are back to executive session. No votes were taken, no actions were taken other than a vote to re-enter the meeting. So we'll move on to agenda item number 376 Race Street.
376 Race Street is requesting replacement of a metal roof. The structure is not rated. It is on the west side, circa 1930, and the historic materials demolition permit. On Race Street, the structure in question is the one to the rear behind the main house. The property, the main house in front, the building we're discussing is the one behind. Context photos of Race Street. And Sanborn maps showing the age of the structure.
I don't have anything to add tonight.
Okay.
Right, do we have any board questions? We'll move into public comment. Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
April Boyd, Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for the replacement of the historic metal roof with shingles at 376 Green Street. The standing seam roof of this historic structure is a prominent character defining feature. To remove this element would just diminish the historic integrity of the structure. If the roof were to be replaced with traditional standing seam rather than the proposed asphalt shingles, we would be less concerned about the request. HCF recommends denial of this approval for appeal. Thank you.
Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. We echo our colleagues at Historic Charleston Foundation and just continue to be in agreement with the board's previous discussion and direction, and would just like to reiterate that if replacement material is found to be needed, that we believe that standing seam metal would be the most appropriate option to maintain the character and integrity of the historic structure. Thank you.
Do you have anyone else speaking from the public? We'll move to city staff comments and recommendations. Frankie.
City comments have not changed from last meeting, and staff recommendation remains for approval.
The applicant want to respond to or clarify anything raised during the public comment or the city staff comments and recommendations?
I would just like to reiterate that we are here to discuss the condition of the roof and that and not the material that will be used upon the.
All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed, so we'll move into board discussion and a vote.
Really have anything to add to what we discussed last time? Do you guys?
The roof is a character defining feature.
I do want to reiterate what we discussed at this demolition application, which would result in a permanent loss of, again, this historic defining feature, a defining feature of this area. So I believe this board a purview over this area, and I think it was 2017, when many of these similar roofs in the area were actually removed without the ability of a board and preservation to preserve this area. So because this demolition would result in a permanent loss of this character defining feature, my opinion stands as it did in the last meeting.
Feel the same. I think that we acknowledge houses and to maintain houses, but the request to remove, permanently demolish something that makes the house unique is.
I'll make a motion to deny the demolition
Feature of the standing seam metal roof. Understanding well the condition of the roof, I refer the applicant to staff to obtain a building permit to repair in kind with matching metal standing seam material.
I need you to slow down just a little, and if you would repeat your motion, so denial of the historic character defining feature.
Yes, I make a motion to deny the demolition of the character defining historic architectural feature of the standing seam metal roof. Understanding the condition of the roof, I would refer the applicant to staff to obtain a building permit. Repair the roof in kind with matching metal material.
Right, we have a motion on the floor for denial of demolition of the character defining historical feature. The historical architectural feature of the roof, but understanding the condition of the roof, to work with staff to pair with matching material. So Glenn, did that accurately state your motion?
Yeah, the only thing you were missing was to obtain a building permit to
Yeah, second the motion. We'll put it to a vote. Bill? Somewhere?
Yeah, in favor.
Glenn?
in favor.
Julia? In favor. Chair vote to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, agenda item number 4 has been deferred by the applicant. We are on agenda item number 5, 179 Fishburne Street. Overview.
Okay, 179 Fishburne Street is requesting demolition of historic structure. It is a category 4 and west side. Circa 1953 and the historic material demolition purview. This is the location on Fishburne. Right photos of the church. Context photos. And Sanborn maps of 1902, 1944, and 1955. That I will turn it over to the applicant.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks to the board and the staff for coming out this morning, and appreciate everybody else that joined and walked the site with us. So this is our 179, 181 Fishburne BAR demolition request. As Frankie said, our request is to do a full demolition with the hopes of eventually coming back and putting some additional housing here. Obviously to address sort of the ongoing housing issues that are ongoing downtown. Hence, even myself was forced out of living at downtown and have had to move based on the cost. Second, one of the things that we've really gone through and looked at our research is a plaque on the front of the church. If you don't mind going to the photos, that sort of outlines that the church was originally built or rebuilt in 1953. I think there's obviously been some historic research from different folks that may think otherwise, that I think will probably speak in a bit. But the church, at least the front portion of the church, hasn't been used since, I believe it's 08 or 09. Whatever this morning, due to flooding that's occurred consistently on the Fishburne Street, specifically on the side closest to Ashley. And so because of the flooding, and then in addition to sort of the modifications that have occurred over the years, if you'll go to the building permit line. So you can see on the timeline, bottom left is basically the placard on the front of the building that outlines that the church was originally established in 1885. Though at that time it was a previous structure. I think it was originally built in 1885 and was severely damaged in an earthquake in 1886. Essentially, there's a large gap of history what happened between 86 and 1953. And in 1953, there was some, I guess, guidance here that the church was rebuilt. And what we believe occurred is it was rebuilt in 53. In 68, we believe that the brick facade was added to the exterior of the structure. And therefore the former wood structure on the exterior facade became the substrate at that point. And then again, I think it's 82. We believe that the back rear structure, which is not really up for discussion today, given that would be outside the purview, but we believe that was added in 82. In addition, we also have Reverend Kelly here tonight and Miss Teresa Smalls, who with the Mount Hermon Reformed Methodist United Episcopal Church, and I'm not sure if this is the time when they want to speak or whether they wait for public comment. I think that kind of show when
Property owners or?
they're the current property owners, we're the contract holders.
Okay, then yes, I would speak during this time.
Okay. I think that's all I have to say. And Reverend Kelly, if you want to come in to say a couple words.
My name is Teresa Smart, and I'm a member of the Hermon Reformed Methodist Union Episcopal Church. And we, as a congregation and member, we voted and decided to put the church up for sale due to the flooding that continually happened. And it's limiting our road, whereas parking constraint. Most of the members, when they deem to have something, whereas it's a wedding or anything, we have to find another venue because of the parking situation. And again, because of the flooding that had, and I believe it was put up for sale in 2017. We haven't been in the sanctuary since 2015 when they had the last major flooding. And it just wasn't financially worth it to go and to put the funds into that to try to redevelop or redesign the building. It just wasn't worth it. So from this sale, when it happens, then that fund will be able to allow us to purchase a new facility.
Do we have anyone else with the project speaking?
Can I get up and speak? I just need to ask a couple of questions after I did my little speech.
Ma'am, are you an owner or?
Right now, my mom is the owner. She's 85 years old and I'm representing her.
Okay,
I have the contractor sitting right next to me that's supposed to do some work.
okay.
But right now, we're not even on the agenda for tonight's time.
Okay, so are you speaking in favor of the project? You said
Yes,
you're,
in favor of the.
okay, I would get up and speak during this time. So this is on 179 Fishburne, correct?
No, this is on 1002 Ashley Avenue.
Oh. That's not on the agenda.
That is not on tonight's agenda.
No, it's not.
If I can get your number, I can contact you tomorrow and going on with that one. I don't remember that one off the top of my head.
Because I drove all the way from Fayetteville, North Carolina. That's afternoon.
I'm not familiar with that address. That one has never been on tonight's agenda.
And ma'am, unfortunately, we have to give public notice for every item on the agenda, so we're not able to make a decision tonight on
I understand,
on the
but
application.
whether the decision cannot be made tonight or whatever. It's just that I wanna know, the procedure that is going on tonight, how can she get on this? Because right now, we just have a contract, but we don't have anything to prove when we come down to speak on the house. Get the roof done on the house.
Understood. So you'll need to file an application, and actually, you have a card or something that you could give.
Frankie, everything was sent to me already. Everything was sent to me already.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll make a note, and Frankie, we'll follow up with you, or Frankie with the staff will follow up on you so that we can get you on the agenda.
This will be another trip for me to come down.
Yes, ma'am, unfortunately.
I will take a look at it first thing tomorrow and see if it's something that has to go up on the board or if it's something that I can discuss with you over the phone.
Over the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
I sure would appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. 4.5 to 3 hours. I mean, trying to get down here. And thank you so much, and sorry to interrupt with me, but I'll be back.
Okay, we're on 179 Fishburne. Was there any, don't worry, I stopped your 10-minute clock.
You're fine. You're fine. I think we're good. I think we feel like everything has been said that needed to be said.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move into, do we have any board questions at this time?
Last one, did you give any consideration to an adaptive reuse of the structure?
You know, we've talked about it. I think sort of the initial concerns was the brick facade on the exterior and the flood conditions and the fact that currently I believe the sidewalk and the elevation of the existing church is around 6 feet. And so to be, I guess it would be 6 feet plus 1, so it would be about 7 feet. Excuse me, it would be 4 feet plus 1, so we'd have to raise it up 5 feet. And I think the challenges of that, given sort of the continued alteration over the years that's happened to next year and not really knowing what exactly it looked like previously makes it very tough to really replicate what was there.
Any other board questions? The applicant at this time? All right, we'll move into public comment. Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
So my name is Kevin Everly. I live at 367 President up in the Uptown. And as you know, I take a great interest in the history of any of the Uptown buildings, this one being no exception. When I saw the agenda suggesting that the building was built in 1953, I thought that's not even remotely possible. And so I did some of the research that maybe Matt was referring to. Just very quickly, and I won't bore you with all of the details. The original building was constructed in probably 1876. In 1886, following the Great Earthquake, there was a report done by the city that specified that that first building was in bad shape. Whether it was caused by the earthquake or something else is not totally clear. But at some point between 1886 and 1902, and Frankie, if you could flip back to that Sanborn series, maybe. At some point between 1886 and 1902, the current footprint of the building was created. It's had 2 cinder block additions on the back, but otherwise the building maintained exactly the materials, wood, and the same footprint in 1902, 1944, and most importantly, 1955, after the supposed rebuilding of the structure. And I know that there is that sort of plaque cornerstone that says rebuilt. That has to be a reference to a reworking, not a ground up demolition and reconstruction of a brand new building for a lot of reasons. One of which is obviously that the exact same footprint would not have been rebuilt 2 years after the first one was torn down. And in 1961, when the first of the cinder block additions was built on the back, it seems almost impossible to believe that anybody would have rebuilt the exact same building within 2 years of demolishing the first one and then having to do an addition to it. But in any event, there is no indication actually that it was ever demolished. And this morning, one of the neighbors who has lived on next to the church her entire life and remembers when it was bricked over was there to say it was not demolished. It was simply bricked over. The original building was bricked over and it was absolutely not raised and replaced. So I would like to see the building saved. Unfortunately, I will say the brick is maybe not that beautiful. I will agree with that. And Matt and I were talking outside, I would love to see the center block portion removed. If it would help. And the brick would also be a happy loss because, as we could see from the inside, the original siding from the 1890s, let's say, is still intact. You could see it from the inside. Didn't seem to me at least as a structurally unsound building. And even if we're elevated just 5 feet or something, it would really be a landmark on that street. And again, Matt and I were talking outside. If you're familiar with like the Carpel's Museum there on Spring Street, the photos, so there was an aerial photo taken in 34, shows that same basic sort of classical revival temple form with the 2-story portico on the front. It would really sort of be a poor man's version of that same structure and would really be nice on that street. It would be a shame to see it lost, especially if a little creative architecture could be used to have housing back in the neighborhood, which I would agree is important. So I just hate to see another example of this loss. Really, but.
Yes.
My name is Marcus McDonald, and I'm opposed to this. I'd like to see it, as somebody said, especially Simon said, reimagine into housing, because as everybody knows, especially in Charleston, the church has been a symbol of community, and especially on the west side and just around Charleston. My auntie actually lives less than a block away. Like, every time I drive to see her, I see the church and I see, it is a sense of community for a lot of folks. And I will say, like I said, if it gets readapted, I think it will still provide housing. I think if you demolish it and create new housing, that will not be affordable for the folks in the neighborhood. And if you've seen a lot of the housing, just the way, I'm forgetting where, because I know that as the most knowledgeable architect person, but they stand out. The best example is like even looking at some of the houses by the Back Green projects. You have like all these houses have been here for so long, and you have this new development that looks like totally out of place. And then then people drive by and they're like, at least people who look like me who might come back and not seen Charleston for a long time, like, why is this building here? Like, why? Even around my auntie's house, it's like all these new developments popped up that I'm young, but like as I've grown up, I've seen it just look totally different. So I just urge, like I said, to keep the original facade, and you, like the man said before, like the inside, I've seen way worse inside and it still be maintained. So I believe there is some stuff that can be done. I think building new stuff on it is unlikely to help the flooding issue. You're just gonna have new people moving in. So I'd suggest maybe looking at more creative ways to fix this issue and save the facade and save the structure. So that's my public.
Mr. McDonald.
Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The Preservation Society really appreciates the applicant reaching out to us on this request. We have studied the evolution of this property and also had the opportunity to visit the site this morning. Based on compelling historical information that points to the Mount Vernon congregation's longstanding presence at this location and material observations indicating that this building far predates 1953, we feel confident that it's worth the effort to explore options to rehabilitate and elevate this building for continued use. I think what Mr. McDonald just said was very compelling. While the building's exterior appearance has evolved over time, we observed historic material on the interior that likely dates to the building's original construction in the late 19th century. Further historical records indicate that the church has been an active congregation at the site for well over a century. And while we're very sympathetic to the issue of flooding on this property based on other examples of buildings that have been successfully elevated and rehabilitated, we hope that restorative measures can be taken to ensure this building's continued use. And while the congregation may be moving to a new site, The presence of this historically African-American church on Fishburne Street remains significant to the character of the neighborhood, as well as the religious and social history of the city and the congregation itself. So we would ask that the board deny this application.
Have anyone else speaking from the public? All right, we have a few letters that I'll read. The first is from Reverend William Kelly. Dear BAR members. Dear BAR members, I'm Reverend William Kelly, the pastor of Mount Hermon Reformed Methodist Union Episcopal RMUE Church. The congregation is moving its home from 179 Fishburne Street for growth to acquire better parking and accessibility. The flooding over the years also plays a major role for this decision and has severely impacted the building structure. Funding continual repairs is cumbersome, along with the high cost of the insurance premiums. We look forward to a new space without financial worry. We are currently praying out of a small makeshift cinder block structure on the back of our property as the actual sanctuary in front is unusable and unsafe. We've entered into a contract to sell the church and its land to Michael Levine. We've spoken with Michael and support his request to demolish the church in his efforts to create better flood-resistant housing on the property. We understand that the West Side Neighborhood Association is also in support of this endeavor. As this is a critical component of our contract, myself and my congregation encourage the VAR to grant this demolition request so the church can close on its sale to Mr. Levine and use the funds to achieve our future goals in creating a better spiritual meeting place. Also have an email from the West Side Neighborhood Association. Greetings, we want to address a letter you received from Reverend William Kelly, the pastor of Mount Hermon RMUE, regarding the proposed demolition of this church. Reverend Kelly and the members of this church have never attended a neighborhood meeting. When WNA was reconstructed before my office as president, I requested to come before the members of Mount Hermon RMUE and encourage them to attend a WNA meeting. After they accepted, I presented my request to them at their board meeting to benefit their church. They never attended nor sent a delegate. I took every opportunity to encourage them whenever they held a service or an event at the church. I have lived one door from the church all my life. I still hold residency in the same location. The neighborhood nor myself has ever met this pastor. Not only do I find this letter appalling, but also find it disappointing that a pastor would take the initiative to compose a letter to the BAR with false information. And I quote, "We understand that the West Side Neighborhood Association is also in support of this endeavor. Permit me to speak freely and call it what it is. This statement is a lie. Just to let you know, I'm clear we support beautification. I personally know that flooding played a considerable part in the current condition of this church. However, that does not give Pastor Kelly the right to speak, vote, or make decisions for the West Side neighborhood. The vote comes from the members of the WNA members and residents. The officers of WNA are aware Mr. Mike Levine purchased the property. Mr. Levine is scheduled to attend this month's Neighborhood Association meeting to present his plans for the property and answer any questions from members. Regards, Audrey Lisbon, President of the West Side Neighborhood Association." We also have a letter dated April 14th, 2022, a letter of support for demolition of 179 Fishburne Street. Dear BAR staff and board member, we are residents of the West Side Neighborhood Association, not the association, the West Side neighborhood on the Charleston Peninsula. We live near 179 Fishburne Street and directly affected by the condition of the existing property and future of the site. We have met with Michael Levine and are encouraged by his plans for the property. We fully support his efforts to redevelop the site and encouraged the BAR to review the demolition of the damaged church building on the property. So we've got apologies. I'm going to perhaps butcher names. Katie Waits at 235 Fishburne, Ryan Fauchin at 214 Fishburne, Stephen Gerard at 301 Ashley Avenue, Kenneth Ferreira at 209 Fishburne, Lauren at 209 Fishburne, Catherine Winters at 54 Noonan, Connor Loving at 15 Lawrence, and another resident at 221 Fishburne Street. And that, do we have any other public comment, Frankie?
Just the document from Mr. Everly, but I assume you don't want us to read that since you spoke.
No. All right, so Frankie, if you'll give us these staff comments and recommendations, please.
Observations from staff. The rear portion of the building, as was discussed earlier, was constructed in 1982, so that portion is not under VAR purview. and it can be removed by the applicant without BR approval. And then we discussed at site this morning, we believe the original structure was constructed in the 1890s, over sometime in the 1960s that we had on our title slide. BR comments. BR staff has seen the reuse of multiple churches within our jurisdiction, such as 48 Alexander, 32B North Market Street, and we're currently discussing the renovation of 705 King Street. Of the structure would be detrimental to the character of the streetscape, as well as another loss of a mid-block commercial, civic, or religious building. Improvements of our pathway. Recommend necessary repairs and a study on how the structure could be adapted and reused. The staff recommendation is denial.
Mr. Campbell, did you want to respond to anything raised in the public comments or city staff comments and recommendations? All right, the applicant's presentation and public comment is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
For my part, I think I've kind of shifted into the camp that feels like the structure could be a real asset to the property and the community if the prospective buyer really gave some thought to how it could be adapted, like staff recommended, adapted, elevated, stored, and reused. So I think that's where I am. The roof, by the way, since we just talked a lot about roofs, the roof is really wonderful on this building. Nice little short panel turn metal roof. I think that's where I am at this point.
Generally agree with that their exterior visible elements on this building, which are defined historic defining features, the steeple, as Julia mentioned, the turn roof, form, the eave-line gable, defining historical features, and I think the inclined not support sale demolition of the structure.
Of you as well. I don't want to discourage the prospective buyer because I think this could take the structure, take the fact that what I'm hearing from the city, from staff, and I know I'm fully supportive of removal of a modern addition on the back. And I think the form of this historic building could become something different and could allow for some housing, could remain very unique in the streetscape and special. And I think it could be a very rewarding project for them to make, and could be a feather in their cap for having a creative, adaptive reuse of a historic building.
You make reference to the CMU additions and the things on the back of the house. I totally agree with that. The original footprint, if you will. This would be my point. So.
Bill, and I will also kind of bring up, probably crossing the line on this, but there was mention today on site that the congregation, if demolition was approved, the congregation wanted to save and stained glass windows. If this building did head for an adaptive reuse at some point to become residential, I doubt stained glass windows would meet egress requirement anyway. So I would think, I as a board member would support trying to salvage and let the congregation use those stained glass windows to have a more residential window if this turn into a residential reuse building. But I know I'm putting the cart before the horse a little. I just think that it was mentioned, so I think we may as well.
And I have nothing to add. I'm in concurrence with my fellow board members, but want to clarify that the that portion of the building, the cinder block, is not within our purview, and that demolition request can be handled at staff level. This is
Essentially, we would just verify that it's not under our purview.
okay.
And so
So this, we're not talking about the back concrete portion. We're only discussing the front brick veneer portion of the store brick. That's all.
The enclosure of the porch.
it was believed by your records to be around 1968, I think.
Yeah.
That would be over 50 years old, so that would be under board purview.
Open it back up.
Front porch? You're talking about the front porch? Used to be open.
Yeah, if it was to open back up, we could probably work with you at staff level to restore it.
And yeah, and just to reiterate, I think we're all sort of saying that we really feel like that structure could be an asset to the property. So I'll make a motion for denial of demolition of the historic portion of the structure and a board comment encouraging the applicant to explore possibilities for adaptive use.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for denial of demolition of the historic portion of the structure and a board comment for the applicant to explore the possibilities for adaptive reuse. Lynn, I heard a second from you. All right, we'll put it to a vote. Bill? More?
Yay in favor.
Julia?
Yay in favor?
Glenn? Chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Okay, agenda item number 6 is 33 Lime Street. I am recusing myself and hereby name Glenn temporary chair.
Thank you, Mrs. Frankie. Would you like to say
33 Line Street is requesting demolition of structure. This building is not surveyed and Canberra affiliate circa 2001 in the old and historic district. This is the structure's location on Line Street. And this is the existing site. Context of Line Street. Are maps showing what is believed to be the previous structure on the property. And the applicant also, I know, has some slides from the BAR files showing the bid lot current structure. So staff is not showing those photos since they were already in his presentation.
the applicant like to?
I'm sorry, I am Don Willis. Frankie, I missed the last bit of your statements. There was a lot of.
Sorry, I know you had the photos in there of when the lot was vacant before the current structure was built, so I didn't include those photos from the BAR files. They're in here, I put them there.
Okay, very good.
And so, Mr. Willis, if you, I think we'll have some eager for it. Welcome to give a 10-second or you have 10 minutes to plead your reason this should be demolished, or Frankie and staff can also just advance through the slides that you've submitted.
for the next detail you want to get.
Sure. Thank you for that, Glenn. I just echo Frankie's comments a moment ago. The building is not very old and has been in the neighborhood, and we would like to proceed with the demolition.
I'll provide a little commentary because this is some things that staff did provide from the BAR files. So we had a Board of Architecture approval for the current building. Approvals are showing the vacant lots. And then showing when the current building was approved for construction.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions of staff or of the applicant? I have one, Frankie. I just want to verify that the building was 100% constructed from the ground up in 2001.
I have dug through every BAR record I can find. I have located nothing showing that that building existed there before 2001. And another staff member did remember that a new building in that area on Line Street was used as a sort of construction trailer for other buildings in the area. That building.
Is there any public comment? Hearing none, I don't think the applicant has any rebuttal to the public comment. So we'll move on to city staff recommendation.
Staff observation, the structure was constructed in 2001. And per BAR records, that structure became requiring permits within 5 years of construction. Staff comments, due to the age of the structure, we don't feel there is any loss of character defining features, and therefore our recommendation is approval.
Make a motion.
Board made a motion for. Is there a second? Leah? Leah? Fillmore?
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes with majority 4-0 in favor of demolition. And
I will grab Lindsay.
Lindsay will rejoin us as chair.
Sign this as chair. And I'll let it up in the meeting. Right.
Thank you.
All right, we're on agenda item number 7, 186 St. Philip. Give us an introduction overview, please.
186 St. Philip is requesting demolition of the historic structure. It is not rated in Handrail. For 1970, we have conflicting dates on this one. And is in the Old City District. Is the location on St. Philip's. The current site. Some context photos. And board map showing the progression of the structure. Arc aerials showing that we have verified that structure being there. We believe that's it before. The current form's been there at least since 1957. This building was also struck by a car, I believe it was in February of this year. So these are some photos of when that happened. And we do have photos from the fire marshal at that time, since the board was not able to see the interior today. These are those photos. Or you're gonna want me to stop on, let me know. Applicant.
Ashley Jennings, I'm architect on the project. I'm with my client, Colin. Frankie, you want to go back to those interior photographs? Actually, go back to the Sanborn maps. So I think you can see in the 1955 Sanborn map, it's kind of color coded, which is there was an existing house there that's been completely engulfed by another structure. And we believe that some of the framing that's in the building is from the original single house or from something of an older time period, and then the second floor has been removed. So that's what's remaining of that structure. But of the structure that's old, it's been charred. And Frankie, if you want to go through the photographs just to show, you can see it burned at some point. So there's not a whole heck of a lot of that fabric left. So the request tonight is to remove everything. We don't know that there's anything in the building that's salvageable at this point to base a new structure on. Any questions?
Any questions for the applicant? All right, do we have any public comment?
My name is Marion Hawkins, president of the Canberra-Alliabur Neighborhood Association. The applicant presented to the neighborhood several months ago, and we gave our approval and support for the demo request. This site and this building is a major gateway into our neighborhood, and it's been derelict as well as in bad shape for a long time. We've had several nuisance issues with it, as is kind of evident by the images. So we would ask and encourage the board to support the demolition. Thank you.
Anyone else speaking from the public? Frankie, if you'll give the city staff comments and recommendations, please.
As previously stated, the building did suffer damage when it was hit by a car in February of this year. Shown as a sample map, this has had significant, extensive alterations before arriving at its current design before 1970. And at the time of the accident, staff was unable to locate any portions of the original structure. That was when Tori met with the fire marshal, and through the part of the building she was allowed to go in, she did not see anything. The existing building has no character defining features, nor is the design unique to Charleston. Staff recommendation is for approval.
Ashley, did you want to respond to or clarify anything, right? No. All right, public comment and the applicant presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
Reference to one of the ones we saw previously that sort of retained the original footprint. This thing has been modified. Quite evident from the sandboards. Really have no issue with this.
I don't either. I will ask the applicant.
We don't really have purview over this, but there are at least 4 solid wood historic tapered Tuscan columns in there. And if they're not part of whatever you may design, perhaps there's a salvage and give them to somebody who can't afford to have new ones turned for themselves, because those are incredibly common columns in that neighborhood, and I'm sure plenty of people would be glad to use. I'll make a motion for
Demolition as
We have a motion on the floor for demolition as requested. Do I have a second?
Second.
Vote. Bill?
Yeah.
Julia?
In favor.
Glenn?
In favor.
Fillmore?
In favor.
Chair votes with the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Right, agenda item number 8 is also 186 St. Philip. Frankie, can you give us an introduction and overview, please?
Since we are talking about the same site, I do not believe we included any context slides, but this is a request for conceptual approval of new 3-story mixed-use building in Canberra-Elliott Borough in the Old City District. Still familiar with what we just talked about?
I'm actually doing this again with this is a unique project. We are actually collaborating with Andrew Gould on it. So I'm going to present the initial idea about the development of the site and then let him present the design. So as you can see in the existing site plan, the existing building occupies the entire site. On the next slide. And this is just a figure ground showing where that property is right now and what kind of context it has. These are the four corners of this intersection. You can see there's a pretty big diversity in the types of structures there. And I'll let Andrew talk about this a little bit, but there was definitely some discussion about the precedents, what we see in the city for corner buildings and what type of character has been common for commercial structures and for corner buildings. So I just want to talk a little bit about the site planning and then I'll let Andrew speak about the design. One of the things that was important, obviously, as with every other project on the corner, we have the vision triangle issue. So pulling the face of the building back to allow for the visual connection is important. But also to leave a little bit of breathing room around the building on the south side and on the east side to allow for access to the building, for functioning, for giving the neighbors a little bit of breathing room. The other thing that was important is looking at the property as a mixed use structure and the idea that the ground floor might become a restaurant space or some other type of space where it might be important to have a little bit of outdoor space. We've carved a little bit of that out, as you can see on the south side. And from there, I'll let Andrew take it over.
Hello, I'm Andrew Gould, with the World Business Team. So I became involved with this project because the neighborhood association, as well as the immediate neighbors on Control Street, Charlie Alley, indicated to call the client that they had a very strong preference for traditionally styled architecture for this large new building. And so they brought me in as a specialist in that regard to essentially design the masonry shell for the structure. Ashley had already planned out the floor plans, the space planning and so forth, and provided me with this volume concept in which she had this carved out corner and these masonry piers with storefront glazing infilling between them. So I had a look at that concept and looked around the city to see among historic buildings of a similar scale and a similar configuration, how the detailing is handled. And there's a lot of comparable buildings in the city, especially down on Meeting Street, around the market. Like the Plantrezine at the corner of Meeting and Market is a very similar scale building to this, with Tuscan square masonry piers and storefront infill between them. And if you want to go on to the elevations, I could talk a little more about that. Actually, I guess I should just go through the floor just a little, just so you understand what's in here. That this would be a restaurant on the ground floor, and then there's a side entrance off of St. Philip. You can see that little side door that has an interior stair that goes upstairs to an interior hallway. And then there's two apartments upstairs. Each of the apartments is both the second and third floor plus roof access. So there's sort of a party wall in the middle of the building for the two apartments. Go on. Yeah, and there's the upper plans. Go on. All right, so here is the St. Philip elevation and the back elevation, you might call it. So you can see there's a sort of main bay that's got 4 windows across it. Downstairs, one of which has that recessed corner door and an iron balcony. And then there's this sort of slightly recessed side wing that's got the residential entry door. You can see at the lower right there. Go on to the next slide. And there is the long facade facing north. You can see I've got a very regular pattern of bays and brick columns downstairs, a regular fenestration upstairs. Because it's so regular and symmetrical, I tried to get a little bit unsymmetrical with the balconies. So we've got an iron balcony on the second floor for the back apartment, and on the, I should say, the third floor for the back apartment, on the second floor for the front apartment. So that gives a little bit of a dynamic quality to the building. These would be black painted wrought and cast iron balconies. And then in terms of the materials and expression of this facade work, basically it's got two cornices, which would be done in precast concrete and coated with stucco in the field so that there's no seams in it. And those would be nicely detailed classical cornices with medallions and all the appropriate moldings. And then everything else on the facade is brick, Savannah gray brick. And over the window hoods, that brickwork is projecting out with some sawtooth details and an arch over it. So it would have that sort of depth that one expects to see in a building of this style. And then the Tuscan columns themselves are similarly detailed, that they have projecting bands, and I've used some layers of thin brick in there, sort of like Roman brick, for the thinner bands in order to get a better way of sculpting those classical forms out of brickwork. If you go back actually a few slides where you can see Melfi's, that was a particular inspiration to this project because the client was quite keen on detailing these columns in brick. And Melfi's is a real nice example where they created some rather elegantly detailed Tuscan square piers out of brick with some thin brick mixed in. And these kind of wrap around the building and are infilled with storefront fenestration, much like we're proposing here. So that's a rather good precedent for kind of the way we want to detail this structure. If you go on forward again, back to where we were, and go on to the context images. Okay, so this is the south side of the building, which is not very visible because there's another quite large structure right on the property line next to it. From a construction logistics standpoint, the contractor feels that there's not enough room to scaffold and do a brick veneer in that little space before the property line. So there's a logistic desire to do this south facade in some sort of cementitious siding that would be easier to install, that could be done on pump jacks rather than scaffolding. And as I said, it's going to have minimal visibility. Next slide. So here you can see the context images. Interestingly, on both sides of the corner, immediately to the south and two doors over on the east, there's 3-story structures with a flat roof and a parapet. So we've got a lot of sort of formal context that we're playing off right on this corner. So I think the building sits there quite nicely. If you go on to the next one, let's see what else we have here. And
You've got about 1 minute left.
Okay, go on to the next one there. Yeah, and this is a simple rendering that shows the massing of the building. I think you can see that the projecting balconies and cornices give some really good shadow lines. It doesn't have that flatness that everyone complains about with so many modern big buildings. The windows are set in deep, the arches project out over the windows. The storefront is deeply set back in between those big square columns on the ground floor. So there's a lot of ins and outs, a lot of sculptural depth. It's properly detailed. It will really have the presence and beauty that these historic structures on this scale have, that everyone loves in the city. People have reacted really, really well to this, having seen it. I think there might be one more rendering there. Yeah, there you go, around the corner on the other side. Thank you.
Do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
I have one on the south elevation. So it's going to be, I think, cementitious product, I noticed on the drawings is called.
Oh, did you, is that?
Yeah, we're gonna go with a painted block.
Okay.
And so
I'm sorry, I misspoke there. I wasn't sure the final decision they made. In general, the building is built of concrete block, and then on sides, it's brick veneered over. So I understand now the decision they made is that that side would just be the block without the brick veneer and a painted finish on it.
And that was made mostly because it doesn't get much sunlight there. The building adjacent to it is gonna be about 3 feet from it, so we're a little worried about mold growth.
White build.
But I assume balconies are subject to an encroachment. Can you cite an example where pages the cornice like you're showing it on Philip's side?
And where it's directly on top of
Yeah,
the cornice
right,
like
kind
that.
of interrupt the.
But the specific relationship of it is that the balcony is entirely on top of the cornice, so it's only those little diagonal brackets. I'm sorry that I bought this big plans because I was worried that all of this detailing would be quite hard to see on the screen, so pass that around and look at the details more if that helps you visualize it.
We've got it on our screen too. We can blow them up here, but thank you.
Are you good, Bill? Yeah. Can you talk a little bit about the pergola at the roof? What's the purpose of that? What's
Actually, maybe you should speak to how you get out there and how that works on the roof.
The structure on the roof was intended just to house a stairwell, to have access to the roof. And the intent with the pergola was to create a shaded space.
It's not like roofed, right?
It does have a roof over it.
And then any thought to using wood windows at the pedestrian level or not really?
Oh, at the storefront windows? I would certainly prefer wood. Could be wrong, but my understanding is that in a commercial structure, it has to be impact rated. Generally means it's going to be aluminum clad.
I think that what we planned on doing was doing.
Can we get y'all to speak in the microphone? We're having sound issues over the YouTube and it's a public record. I apologize.
Yeah, sure. So I think in regards to the storefront, the actual entry to the restaurant was going to be a mahogany storefront system, and then the rest of it was going to be painted, hopefully not wood, with aluminum clad windows.
Are there any other board questions?
Make sure I'm reading it on the site plan. It looks more like there's, I realize that your property line is 0, but it looks like there's more like 8 or 10 feet between and the next building to the south, but maybe
You're right. It's 3 foot 4 off the property line, and then the next building down. Are you talking about on the south side?
Yeah.
That building, there is a space between that building and the property line.
you on your property line are having a 3 foot setback-ish?
Just slightly over 3.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, we'll move into public comment. Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
Gary Hawkins with Canterbury Elliott Neighborhood Association. The applicant presented the concept at our neighborhood meeting, and we was very warmly received. And we greatly appreciate and commend Ashley Jennings and Andrew Poole for bringing us such a wonderful design. It was unanimously supported, and I'd like to read a few comments that weren't able to be sent in, but some adjacent neighbors. This section of Cannon Street in St. Philip is a transient area, and some permanent residents who live right across the street, right across St. Philip and Charles Street and Tully's Alley had these comments. This is, in my opinion, a lovely building, and we'll all finally have a long overdue attractive building on that corner. We on Charles Street plan on emailing the yard. The board is interested in opinions of adjacent neighbors when considering applications, and this is one of the very rare proposals. We have a new building that is attractive and appropriate in size or its location. That's George Holt. This looks really good. We approve. Thanks for seeing to us. We really want to see a nice building on that corner. Vince Graham is terrific. I support. And anyway, there are about eight neighbors adjacent who are highly in support of this project. But again, we appreciate the developer and his investment. This is a gateway into our neighborhood. The level of details and design is appropriate, and so we would recommend the board approve.
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. Thank you for reaching out to us on this application. Overall, the simplicity of the overall design is positive. The balconies are a nice enhancement. We suggest that the balcony on Cannon Street is centered on the building, but we understand with the separate units that could be a problem functionally. The balcony brackets on the west elevation extend down and interrupt the storefront cornice. There are examples of brackets in Charleston that are more curved or scroll-like that do not extend so far down below the balcony. This should be studied so the cornice is not interrupted. HCF is generally not supportive of visible roof decks. It would be helpful to have visibility studies from the other directions on Cannon Street and St. Philip Street. The footprint of the roof deck should be pulled away from the street to reduce its visibility. I didn't notice this until this presentation, but the south side elevation building material should be an upgrade from the proposed block. We recommend approval of the application with minor changes suggested and denial or deferral on the visible roof deck.
Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. We would also like to thank the applicant for reaching out to us on this project. Overall, we feel this is a handsome design that represents the level of quality we hope to see for new construction in our historic districts. We feel that brick can be successful in this context, but we would like to underscore that selection will be very critical. We strongly discourage the use of a faux historic brick in favor of a selection that reads clearly in its time. And in this vein, we would also recommend simplifying some of the details, which in our opinion feel a little bit ornate and traditional in relation to some of the surrounding context and vernacular of the neighborhood. And we would also like to reiterate the comments just made about block and upgrading that material to better fit the palette. So we appreciate the board taking these comments into consideration as this project moves forward. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking from the public? You'll give the city staff comments and recommendations, please.
This project is within the 2.5, 3-story height district. The board must determine if the rooftop structure, which includes the enclosure of 2 full stair systems, and a pergola structure exceeds the allowable within of appurtenance. The ordinance states that an appurtenance may not exceed 9 feet in height. Reference in 2.5 or 3-story height district does not contain the option for an extra half or full story based on architectural merit and context. However, additional height for ornamental appurtenances and utilitarian appurtenances related to mechanical equipment or structural systems such as elevator and stair towers that exceed the maximum allowable height may be permitted by the BAR based on architectural merit and context. Architectural merit is defined by the ordinance. Project that reflects exemplary architectural and urban design, utilizes the highest level of materials and finishes, and contributes to the public realm as outlined in BAR principles. Summary: if the board determines that the structural elements exceed the definition of appurtenant, the structures are not permissible. If the board views the structural elements on the roof as appurtenance, a finding of architectural merit and context must be met. The 1060 block on the south elevation is inconsistent with the remainder of the building and inconsistent for downtown. While there are no dimensions to indicate proximity to adjacent buildings, it does appear that this side will be visible from the public right-of-way of St. Philip Street. The elevation, materials, and fenestration should be restudied. Balconies appear to encroach the public right-of-way. The applicant needs to confirm and to provide information on depth in relationship to the property line. BAR review of this meeting shall not constitute a variance for encroachment of public right-of-way. This must be sought separately. I suggest that the window head treatment reflect the shape of the top of the window. The applicant to confirm the height of the first floor and any staff recommendation is deferral to staff comments.
Ashley or Andrew, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment from the city staff comments and recommendations?
Yeah. Pertaining to my part in the design. Let me talk a little bit about the character of the brick and the precast details. I do not want this cornice work to look too high style, which is one of the reasons I decided it should be field stuccoed over. My concern was that if we just made it out of precast, really the only way to detail it would be like blocks of ashlar limestone, sort of like this building we're standing in now, and then we would have to have a smooth fine finish, and we would have to have, you know, picky little molding details and dentils all over it, because these cornice elements are like this big, they're quite substantial. So if they were going to be detailed like ashlar limestone, there'd be a lot of detail in them. So not wanting to go that high style, I decided let's strip the detailing down a good deal, and then we'll just stucco over it so everything gets kind of soft and handmade looking, and that allows us to do a cornice this big that's got only a few moldings and some big modillions in it, but it's definitely going to look a bit on the vernacular side of classical architecture because of that finish and the scale at which I've detailed it. It's going to be comparable in its sort of height of style to the Cannon Street Fire Station, a few doors down, or the old Catholic school building, you know, on Cumming Street around the corner. Other large historic buildings I would say have a similar density of detailing and of stylistic features to what we've got going here. In terms of the brick, Colin shows the Savannah Gray modular theme as the brick he favors. I mean, it's a fine looking brick. If the board has, you know, guidance on whether that's appropriate or not, we'd be interested to hear that. And then the question about the window head reflecting the shape of the window. I really like the brick arches. We were kind of going back and forth about whether the window itself ought to be arched to conform to the brick arches, you know, because we could do a double window where the upper sash is arched at the top. In the end, you know, we kind of settled on, you know, having a square window with just sort of a spandrel panel above it. Because you see that on a lot of old buildings in Charleston, but I'd be happy either way if the board if the board has guidance on that. Likewise, the balcony brackets, I think it's unlikely that structurally these brackets are going to be actually holding up the balcony. I think in all likelihood, structurally, these are going to have steel beams cantilevered out of the block structure, and so the brackets would be decorative. So if you know, I thought having the brackets going down over the cornice was kind of quirky and had some character, the kind of sort of illogical thing that old buildings often exhibit. But if that bothers other people, you know, it's fine. It's fine to use those. Would you like to respond to anything about the rooftop?
Right now, the height of the top of the E9.
Actually, do you mind going to the microphone? I just want to make sure that we can get a record.
So the, I don't know if you want to call it appurtenance, but it's, the top of the eave is 9 feet, and it does strictly house the stairwell that accesses the rooftop. The pergola itself is something that's additional, obviously, but the structure itself is actually just stairwell.
You like the pergola idea better, better than umbrellas, just, you know, on tables up there. It's kind of an outdoor eating space up there. And in regards to the block, we're happy to wrap it with, you know, a treated rain screen and some Boral 1x6 shiplap or something. If I don't think it's visible, but if that piece the board, we're happy to do that.
Well, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
Couple things. Thank you, Mr. Golden. Of course, I think we probably need to see a sample. If it's stuck out, I certainly don't. It ends up. I think the end result of how the south elevation looks too is going to be important. If it gets scaffolding back there, it's going to be a finished block. So I think how that, if it's not going to be same finish as the rest of the building, then I think how it actually ends up looking in final application is going to be important. Because I think it probably is visible. I'm not sure how visible it is, but I think it's visible. And it should be outside. Comment is I think that I've had a little trouble with the aluminum windows. I think it's street level that material should be a little higher quality. And structure is accomplished. Very nicely designed and detailed. And I'm opposed to a less visible.
Like to see a consistency. The yeah. Just eliminating brackets. Probably allay my concerns. As far as the south wall. Yeah, value of function to that. Regardless, probably a little bit more of a press up there with the extended. If it does happen to see it. It's a building.
Try to go next. I agree that wood at the ground floor would be really nice for the pedestrian experience, and like Bill said, there are local manufacturers that can do that with the required rating. The south side, I think, is more visible than we might realize, so I'm hopeful that there's a way to at least return that brick more than what you're currently indicating. Square top window and an arched, masonry opening. Whenever I see that, I always assume it's a non-original replacement window, but wrong. If you have the option, though, I think it'd be really nice to have an arched top window that matches that. I am okay with the use of the roof level. I think that's reasonable. Perhaps the extent of the pergola is a little excessive and could be restudied. And I'm assuming it'll be short-term occupants who don't usually bring umbrellas, so you could probably govern what happens up there. But yeah, generally I think it's nice. It sort of reminds me of the other building of a similar scale that was recently approved down Cannon Street. Rutledge, Steve Ramos, I think. And I think it's a perfectly appropriate height, scale, mass, and general architectural direction for the neighborhood.
I don't have anything earth-shatteringly different to add. I think that return of brick on the south wall needs to be better than it is. I fear that with that 10-ish feet as you're coming south on St. Philip on foot or in a car, it's going to look like you ran out of money.
Nobody's, when you see 10 feet, you think, okay,
I had room to build this, and I think you got to do better than that. And I do think the rooftop, it's reading in elevation as much more than a stair tower at the moment, and so I would love to see ways to dial the impact of that back so that it doesn't begin to overpower and otherwise. That roof definitely needs to receive a feel overly visible from the public realm. Otherwise, I'd support the other comments about detailing, and I'm sure Mr. Gold can get creative with regard to those brackets and submittal for conceptual level.
Good motion for conceptual approval. Staff comments. Three, four. Just to confirm that height. Word comments to restudy and reduce the extent of pergola. The board comment. Encourage, mandate. Consider to restudy the material of the fenestration at the ground level. Wood.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with staff comments 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 2 board comments. 1 to restudy and reduce the extent of the rooftop pergola, and also to restudy the material of the fenestration at ground level. Do I have a second?
Can I ask one quick question? Itself, or was it the entire?
The structure itself seems really modest. It really is just a stair for each. Yeah.
Do I have a second to Julia's motion? Thank you, someone. Vote. Gwen?
Favor.
Bill? Julia?
In favor.
Fillmore?
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes with the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Right, agenda item number 9, 11.5 St. Philip Street. Claire, if you could give us an introduction overview, please.
St. Philip is requesting House Village. The original structure was started in 1915. It is a district. The project, this was structure and the existing site photo. Board maps. I will turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you all for coming out this morning. Really what we want to get is your feedback on the materiality that we presented today in the mock-up panel. And just ask you to consider the difficulty we have with this issue that was presented in the last project. Even a little more tenuous on this one, we're dealing with the 0 lot line and we're going to occupy the structure.
Do we have any board questions for the applicant?
Earlier, this is the only size available.
So there are 2 different products we're going to deal with. We're going to deal with the Insultech on that one facade and actually carry it probably for the north and the west side that are closer to the property lines. The Insultech actually has a block with an airspace for the insulation, and then that face is on the outside face of it. So that product is limited to an 8x12. They make another product that's more like a veneer. There are different sizes. They can do, I think, a 12x20. Product that would just be
The problem is we can't do the veneer on this side because it requires staffing outside of the stick framing or whatnot to put the waterproof membrane on, put the airspace in, put that in. So we found the Insultech product that would allow us to go straight up on a 0 lot line from interior scaffolding, tooling block, and we really struggled at finding a product that would work for this scenario. And that solution we came up with.
Any other board questions? Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
Preservation Society of Charleston. The Preservation Society had the opportunity to stop by the site this morning, and the mock-up confirms concerns that we've had and voiced throughout the review process. To us, this particular material, the ground face CMU, reads in dimension, color, and finish as CMU block, and it just, in our opinion, does not rise to the material quality that's appropriate for the historic district. So we would ask that this be denied. Thank you.
April Williams, site visit earlier today as well, and the material itself looks nice. It's our concern is with the dimensions of the blocks. It's still, we're concerned from a distance is going to look like a CMU block wall. I was hoping to hear that maybe there were other dimensions or larger blocks that could be found to make it look more like a stone or something else. But I think that this would be something that would take away from the overall design of the building.
Anyone else speaking to the public? Frankie, if you'll give the city staff comments and recommendations, please.
That's my first with the work was very significant. And that, like others stated to us today, it looks a lot like CMU when we were, I must have missed that discussion earlier about the size. So we matching the mortar more to the block would help, or maybe even a different mortar would help create the monolith. But I know that recommendation is deferrable if that comes.
Respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment, city staff comments and recommendations.
Sure, yeah. Just to try to convey what we're dealing with here is we have an 18-foot building, outside wall to outside wall. That, and it's on a 0 lot line. There is no other land that we own. To go, pull it in so that we can finish the side is not an option, at least on the north and the west side of the building where the sample is set up today. There is an option to do something. We have a 10-foot easement that we can work in on the south side of the building and obviously where the ruin is as well. But unless we have a product like this that we can install from the interior of the building, we can't develop this site. And we wanted to restore it the way it was before it collapsed. And we ran into issues with a different board at the time saying that it wasn't in danger of collapsing and we could, fix the roof. And it ended up destroying what was left of the building. And I'm concerned that if we don't come up with a solution soon, we're going to end up with a parking lot with a ruin that sits there, in forever, in perpetuity. And that's not what we want. We want to see the site revitalized. And we actually like the difference between the brick and the new block. We think that was our goal. We wanted it to look different, look new, pay homage to what is there, and provide something nice that's new that we can actually build on the site. So.
Can I just add something really quickly? Go ahead. I think if we could get some feedback from the board tonight with the challenges that we have, April just mentioned something that would be interesting is to think about a different forcing maybe, rather than just a running bond on that side. And the opportunity to change the material as we move around the building as well. That might be an opportunity as well. So just at least in your deliberation.
Thank you. All right, the applicant's presentation and public comment is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
Going back to the photograph of the mock-up. I'll start. I'm not opposed to this material or even this module size on this north facade and also the west, which I think are relatively low impact compared to the south and the east. I know you guys are going back and forth with the mortar color, but just looking at it here, I think if it were a little bit darker, it would disappear a little more. And maybe if the tooling were adjusted somewhat, maybe the vertical joints are more flush or something, so you kind of erase that 8x16 that seems to note bad things to a lot of people. I think I could be fine with it, and then hopefully you could be more creative with the format on the south side. But I do understand the site constraints and the reasoning that got you here. Staff mentioned color. Perhaps that's something to consider too. I think this material is actually pretty high quality, and especially when you're close to it, I think it's interesting. And
I struggle with it is that I understand the constraint of construction element. At the end of the day, we ultimately have to consider architectural, not the access component. And so my struggle is, how do we make a concrete block wall not look like a concrete block wall when it is a concrete block wall? It just has a fancier finish on the concrete block. And we normally allow a building in this part of town to be built out of concrete block as a finished product. Within 3 feet, I feel like Julia, I don't dislike the concrete block, but if you step 10 feet away, it looks just like the unfinished concrete block buildings that are already adjacent to the site that look unfinished and derelict. So I'm not comfortable with what we looked at this morning in mass. I am not opposed to further exploring the product in potentially a different color, a different finish, a different mortar joint. I think the mortar joints really detract from what could be happening here. And even the mortar color is not spot on. But again, you know, are you trying to make the mortar joints stand out to make the units read to the eye, or are you trying to make it all disappear so that it looks like a concrete wall with no joints? I don't know what that, I mean, that's really up to Ashley as to what that look is. But I think envisioning this, and this is where I do appreciate the mock-up that was provided for us, because it showed me that an entire wall of this, I think, would feel unfinished once you step away and you're on the street, you know.
Probably some of my, I think, close to the surface of the block is a few feet away. It's going to look like a Pergola width, I think. Just you're locked in on size, and of course 8x16 is, you can't make it disappear. It's going to look like a concrete block. I don't care what color it is or what the texture is. So I think maybe experimenting with color, joint size and joint color, make this more monolithic in appearance. I'm not opposed to the product or the fact that even that it's 8x16, if somehow color and a pattern, what you can do with the laser, but maybe give it a walls.
I'm encouraged by south side, the more visible side of the building, maybe working. The initial thing that got me was the modular size, but the reason that got me was because envisioning this thing and atmospheric crime a different way than the block, and then suddenly you're starting. How it affect if module was different, probably might have a different, or I've suggested. Use of material like this, but those would be my. I am encouraged about what maybe larger modules can do on the south. As far as the whole type of material, but in a different modular size on the south side, I believe. And to hear that you have a neighbor who's you know, do what you need to do. I believe it's construction, but the manners rule for building is still in place, correct? That's really my big reservation about it, is just something, and it might be wrong to do, but I guess I've lived in the city long enough. I've done enough things in the city to see when things get, well, let's call it aged or weathered for about 5. Start looking a little different, bright, clean, and nice looking. I'm just. But again, not to say that the material may be at a different modular size on the south side. I'll just pull the south side out because I know you'll be able to do a lot of things there, probably more creatively what you wanted to do anyway. So wouldn't discount the material for that. A little concerned about the modular size of this. It might be the color too. It might be that if it was a different color, that the grime and that. I don't think I'm making a stretch to think the buildings get dirtier over time. I mean, that's not a stretch. So maybe that could. I don't know.
Ask a question. I mean, I know we discussed different.
I guess there's a whole palette of options.
There are, there are none that are really dark. So, I mean, you're talking all in the about the gray color, that's the base of your tables.
Suggesting we try to get it closer to the brick color. Is that what people are pushing? We can get a direction in the color. Maybe we can try something else.
My comment on my end would be,
I think what I started with is not looking like a concrete block, even though we acknowledge that
block.
I don't know, as I stood on the site today and looked around, and there are 2 or 3 unfinished concrete block walls surrounding you, which I guess maybe 2.
Some element of those would become invisible, I think, once your building is built. But that is what it is. I mean, those are unfinished concrete block walls, and they're not necessarily appropriate as a finished material.
I don't think this material will ever get away from looking like what it is, which is a concrete block, but it is a ground-faced finished concrete block. I don't think there's any mortar color that's going to change that. I think we'd be putting 10 things up that would all get shot down.
Other opinions on the direction of the color? If
As we have to have computers here now, I'm just looking at the color palette.
So, yes, the product that we're showing there is the Trenwith one palette.
Okay.
They do have some other types of palettes that may have something darker. Just the one that we were looking at was the Trenwith. Yeah, but all we have is the Trenwith.
I guess, Ashley, I'll ask you, do you think outside of that line that you're looking at, think there's something that you all should explore and bring back to us or bring to staff to see if you think it can evolve?
I don't want to lead you down a, you know.
I mean, I think that no matter what the color of the block is, it's still. And I mean, our intent was to try to make it look monolithic, and the mortar does look lighter here in these photographs than it does on the site. But the intent was for just like a mortar that was close to the field color of the face as we possibly could get, so that it did read as monolithic. So, and I think even if you went with a darker block finish, it'll have that same issue.
It's funny that that shape is apparently bad. 8x16 is bad.
There's some logic, but it's a different product, you know, the thin veneer stone.
Plus you can get colors that go down to like, I guess. But it's the
issue of constructability that's the whole up here.
when you tied, if we were using 8x16 on one wall, that parapet wall is gonna be really, you know, substantial at the top of the corner where it hits the old ruin. And if you're just taking a 4x8 into or an 8x24 into an 8x16, it might create kind of a weird corner there. Talked about it after the meeting too. And the building as a whole is a great design. I think that it's going to draw attention away from the block itself, honestly.
Is that on the north side. Due to
Issues of accessibility.
Sound like they can physically stucco it.
I don't think that's the problem is have to scaffold it to stucco, and apparently they don't have a footprint to put scaffolding on.
We could do this and stucco over it as soon as the guy sells next door. Hopefully get a nicer neighbor.
There's no plan. So there's not a way out for access.
The thing is, it's gonna be struck from as they go down, and so, I mean, that's, you certainly do it, but I think what you're gonna find is that your tooling is not gonna be. I think this is what we were looking at. Tooling and reaching over the. Don't have any opportunity to go back and tune it up while it's still green or access once you get to.
Well,
that, you know, just that constructability issue means that I think that the end product you're going to get is not going to be quite as good as what the sample is, but it's not their fault. It's just the nature of the beast. Definitely you can stucco it.
Once the building's in place, you can have swing over scaffolding. I don't know, maybe not, I don't know how the laws work.
Well, that's what I was wondering. You have to rewatch the tuck point and hang up.
It would save us a ton of money if we could get stucco with hangover scaffolding on a normal block, honestly. This is not a cheap product. If we're doing it out of necessity, so I don't know how the laws work for that, maybe.
Yeah.
vision of the design, I think the south. But I'm just,
Break the joints on back a little bit as you go and then swing scaffolding over it when it's structurally sound and come back down to all this stuff. But you'd have to, I mean, you're still over the problem.
Mhm.
Yeah, maybe that's a great idea. I don't know.
Do it under maintenance. I mean, you have to have maintenance.
So we have consensus at the south side that this would not be approved on the south side of the building.
This module.
I think they have better options to present to the house.
Probably
Yeah.
would be perfect.
Could be, I
It
think.
could be a product like this, or it could be.
Because they have access to do
I feel like
a more complicated layout.
Stucco this north wall.
It wouldn't be a discussion point.
I think you're right.
We would have presented that originally, if that was possible.
So for now, just to move on, and again, I'm not as opposed to the 8x16 shape as most people are, but given that climate, I'm gonna try a motion for deferral with staff comment number 2. The council can decide if they want to take that and run with it or rethink or what else? I don't.
So we
Staff
have,
So let me just, can I just read staff comment number 2 so everyone knows it? Staff comment number 2, looks similar to CMU, a different color or size would help. A mortar better matching the block or a different mortar joint would help to create the monolithic appearance that is desired.
we have a motion on the floor for deferral with staff comment 2. Do I have a second?
Saying then that restudy, I think potentially the restudy of the size for what it's applied to the south side of it should be warranted, but counting the color wholesale for the project or just for particular?
I just want to give them the option to restudy this, this element, because I think they can do whatever they want with, you know, I don't know, or we deny it. I mean, I'm just trying to move on.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Definitely that. But I think that's definitely applicable for visible side. I also think the size comment is applicable to also maybe not the color. I think we could defer it, but I think you're just hearing, hopefully you're just hearing what I'm saying. I don't know if you guys are in agreement with it, but I would like for Ashley's vision to be able to come to fruition on the south side where more control over what you can do with it. So that's all I'm saying. I agree with your motion.
Okay.
With that premise.
I know it's not like a easy solution to all your problems, but it at least gives you something to work with.
I will have to talk to my attorney. I mean, that's a great idea if we could block it and then swing someone over it, and I'll ask, but I have a feeling that probably not.
Fill the rest as well. I mean, wait 6 months and then.
It depends on which attorney you talk to. It depends.
There's not a second to this motion. That's right.
Okay,
I would frankly prefer if the motion included that the board has a preference to have a finished stucco finish on the wall. And perhaps that could help the applicant.
Constructions to remain modular.
It would take 2 days to stucco that wall. I mean, I should rent the space for 2 days. I don't know.
it would take a while.
Gonna make a motion that sounds reasonable to me.
I will make a motion if your motion has failed or it wasn't seconded. I will make a motion for deferral with staff comment number 2 with a board comment of a preference for a stucco finish on the north wall.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for deferral with staff comment 2 and a board comment for board preference for a stucco finish on the north wall. Put it to a vote. Bill? Julia?
Yeah, in favor.
Lynn?
Yeah, in favor.
Fillmore?
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank y'all. Question for the board. Do you want to break now or get through one more application? Just a 10-minute break so we can.
So Ashley,
Here.
Ashley needs to, yeah.
Ashley, yeah, we better go ahead.
So we're on agenda item number 10, 42 Halsey Street. And Frank, who's going to give us an introduction? Overview, please.
42 Halsey is requesting preliminary approval of new construction of a single-family residence with additional house storage in Charleston Village. In Street. Is the location of Southland Halsey. And turn over to the applicant.
This probably isn't in the format that you would expect it to be in, and that's because we submitted to permitting, thinking we had received conceptual approval with final details to staff, because that was the staff recommendation. And then I guess in the motion, it did not come through that way. So we're back in front of you for what is listed as preliminary approval, but we would really like for you to consider this for final approval, because we've actually already submitted for permitting. Sorry, it's just a mix-up. So anyway, this was, you've seen that, you saw this, I think in November, so it's been a while. And the proposal is to do new construction here, and you approved it for conceptual approval. And I think there was some discussion about the materiality, and then also the way that the building related to the design flood elevation. And so, Ricky, I'm going to move through the slides. So the footprint of the building hasn't changed. We, if you want to move to the next slide, we've of course fully developed a landscape plan now. When once in a while, because there's not any plant materials in the landscape plan, but the idea being that we've come up with a hardscape. We're looking at materiality. We're looking at brick pavers on the driveway, another type of travertine pavers for the patio areas. The portico on the Halsey Boulevard side is also have the same diamond pattern travertine pavers. And then starting to look at the detailing of the wall that surrounds the property with a stucco, 3-coat masonry stucco finish with a brick cap on it. There is an element in the yard that's an outdoor fireplace that you see the detailing there as well. And then we've also started that we've designed the wrought iron for the gates. That'll be on the next slide, I believe. So there's a pattern here that the client liked to create the wrought iron gates. So you'll see wrought iron gates at the front of the house on Halsey Boulevard, where you enter the sidewalk from the street. And then on the back side of the house where you have a separation between the driveway and the yard, and then also between the house and the property line. These are the window schedules and door schedules. There was some discussion about the doors at the last meeting, about putting lights in the doors, and we've done that. And then there's some discussion about the window itself. We were referring to as a vinyl clad window. It is actually a fiberglass clad window. It's a Marvin product. It's a high-end product. Next slide, please. Not much has changed on the floor plan since you saw it last. Next slide, please. Did remove the hot tub. On the roof deck and we removed the hot tub. Next slide, please. This is just a detail showing how that deck works. There's a limited amount of opening there in the center to see through to the waterway. Next slide, please. And so I'll just go through the material palette. We're talking about a brick base. The trim is all to be a boral product, which is a composite product. We have a mixture of roofing materials. We've got copper on the dormers, on the porch element, on the side, and on the that return at the gable end. We have a wood pergola that goes over kind of a very short kind of protection element that goes over the garage doors on the ground floor, and a boral siding that happens on the body of the building and in the gable ends. There's a chimney, and the chimney is a brick veneer. The south elevation, and you can see once again the copper roofing elements there. The columns, the rail, and the stair rail are all an Intex product, which is also a composite product. We're right on the water here, so we're worried about products that are going to have any kind of failure with salt water. You can see also the shutters will be a composite product as well. Next slide, please. This is the elevation that we discussed, the changing the doors. And originally the doors did not have any light separation, and we do have lights now. You can see materiality is developed. You can see that wrought iron gate, and you start to see the elements on the wall, the perimeter wall. And this is the north elevation. This is the neighborly side of the building, which is where we've tried to corral everything that needs to be serviced on the building. So you can see the meters there. You can see that we've developed the screening for the mechanical units that sit in that recess there. Next slide. Building sections showing the material, the way that the framing goes together. Next slide, please. These are wall sections that start to really describe the way the materials go together. We have a tongue and groove product on the large overhangs and on the ceilings and the porches. Next slide, please. This one section describes that mechanical unit element, the screen for the mechanical unit that's in the recess of the building on the north side. Slide, please. These are some of the deck on the porch that faces Halsey Boulevard. These are the decking material details. You can see that we've got a drainage system underneath the decking. These are roof details, window details. That's, if you can see at the very top in the center, that is that little element that sticks out over the garage doors. And line plans. Then, sorry, structural plans. And if we could just go back to the elevations, because I just want to address the issue with the design flood elevation really quickly, because I know that Julia mentioned that in the last meeting. And maybe the best one to show is the one with the garage doors on it. So one of the things she asked is for us to look at lowering the building relative to the design flood elevation. And you can see it hasn't been lowered. We looked at ways to lower, we're a foot above design flood elevation with our finished floor elevation. But our clients really want to be able to use the ground floor for parking. I want to be able to park their cars under the house. And it's a 7-foot garage door. We just can't go any lower than that. And that's where we are with the the overall height of that first floor. If you look at the context, and Frankie might go back and look at the pictures, the images of the context. There you go. You can see that those buildings are that each building is substantially up. We don't have finished floor elevations on them, but we do know that they're that the porch elevate, at least the porch floor is at least about 10 feet above the grade. So we think from a context standpoint, even though the house, I know that the board is really trying to limit how much the buildings are elevated above the design flood elevation, but I think in this instance where all of the context is new, I think a foot is what we have now. So I would ask that the board consider that tonight. Do I have any questions?
Just confirming. So. The true exterior, that's a flat.
It is.
And sorry, I'm just gonna keep going. The PVC is limited to what, their railings? That's what you're asking for?
Yeah, we have a sample if you want to look at
The Intex product, it's, you used it on Kiowa at all with your builds out there? Intex? Yeah, it's a great product, but it's, you guys can pass it around if you want. Stainless and then, composite surrounding it.
Actually, a PVC historic sill.
There are two elements that Oral does not make fly ash product that we wanted to composite, and that's the heavy sill and any kind of exterior.
Are you familiar with Duration? They mill the Boral products.
Any other board questions for the applicant?
We'll move on to public comment. Do we have anyone speaking from the public? Frankie, if you'll give the city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Presentation does not include current versions of plans and elevations as required. As Ashley was saying, kind of a misunderstanding. And we discovered this when it came in for permits, and I recommended that we just take that permit packet and bring it before the board. But we didn't realize that it didn't have those submittals until after we posted the agenda. Previous board motion required a reduction of the DFE and FFE. The finish for elevation seems to have risen ever so slightly. Probably just the construction drawing. And there were some previous staff comments incorporated into the motion that included the reduction of the roof overhang, but that has occurred in this drawing. Until the previous motion.
Did you all want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the staff comments?
Yes, and I recall the overhang, but that was something that Kim had brought up to the board. I don't know that the board ever even weighed in on that, or there was a discussion about, Kim said she felt like the roof was top heavy. There was no comment in the board deliberation, so we didn't address it because we didn't hear it come from the board. We just heard it from the staff.
It was, the motion included everything except number 4. I don't remember where it was. Where did you do this one? And I don't remember where everything is. Yeah, that was a number 3. The exaggerated overhang should be slightly reduced. So that was in one of, that comment was approved by the board.
Do you have anything else to respond to? I want to make sure that we properly go into board deliberation before.
The only other thing I was going to mention is the design elevation again. Yes, we know that it's a challenge to get it right down at design flood elevation, but in this case, it's really only limit the use of the ground floor.
These are the houses next to it, and you can, you can tell our elevation is going to be at the street, and they come up about 2 feet up to the bottom of their garage. I'm assuming they're at about 17 or 18 MSL at their first floor. We're staying below that. We're staying as close as we can, but we really don't want to deal with flooding every time it rains on the garage level. It's a strain on the city flood policy, and we just living in that neighborhood, it's been apparent that if you're anywhere below 7 1/4, you're going to get some flooding regularly. And we're keeping it far below that, so we know we're gonna have to deal with it at some point, but it's just, I think we gotta take into the context the surrounding properties, and they are no historic properties around them. They're all built 90s, 2000, 2010. So.
All right, the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
The vote witness was that in the motion?
It was not. 4 was not approved. That 4 was stricken.
We've been pretty judicious about thing that certainly nice. Looking at the elevation, I think you may not get 7 feet, but and you know, I mean, our store doesn't have to be 7. Certainly a little bit. Just about that, so I'm a little reluctant on that. So we can get the board change our mind about things. I think we careful not to be capricious about making motions one time and then ignore it. Next, I think it's, if we need to change our minds, I'm open to being, convinced, but I think that we need to make sure we're not arbitrary and capricious.
Procedurally, appears that if voted on, which were addressed, fine, if those comments could be addressed. So it might be just a matter of rapidly fixing the comments, going. That to me would be support.
Sounds reasonable. And to the point about DFE, I know we really have tried to be careful, although I think one exception was for some reason But
That area of town is worse. than
Yeah.
most.
and I will say that I'd be willing to entertain, consideration of context and consideration of the precise location on the peninsula and specific conditions, so. In this case, but otherwise, I think Bill's indication or his idea of just addressing the comments that need addressing from the last approval and staff. How about the height? What do you guys think about?
I mean, if you're sitting, first floor's gonna flood if it floods. And raising the first floor elevation. I certainly understand the desire to get them. It's a slippery slope because the next one that comes will.
What if
The last one that we allowed an extra foot, and then all of a sudden we'll be in a position of trying to.
I think it is maybe a little bit more than one.
It's a little over a foot.
Just a foot and a six.
What's 6 feet?
Jason, if I can pass these around, you can see the adjacent properties. I mean, we're gonna be way below that in terms of CFD. They incline into their garage about 2 feet. Yeah, it's a wild incline.
Yeah, they raised it.
And even if you look at this survey,
That will fit the mitigation, the flooding in the garage.
you can see where we're at. They're at 7.5, just at grade outside their house. It's gonna be tough to prevent flooding on our site as is. If you guys can come up with
Yeah, I wish,
I don't disagree.
Unless I'm missing out.
wish we had a really where this falls. Structure in the plates next door. Just so that we could understand how it compares to what's already there.
my only other comment actually is I'm really wary of that wood burning.
I'll smoke at porch level. I deal with that at home. And I would never wish that upon a neighbor of having smoke spewing into your house.
Lines from the north.
Streetscape in the original submittal, and I recall it being, this is shorter than its neighbors, if I'm not mistaken.
I think that's a memory as well. There was a streetscape and this is not above the streetscape with the surrounding houses.
Yeah.
But still, yeah.
I will say, if staff were able to review that, if this is in harmony with what the adjacent properties are, I have less of a concern if it's not an exacerbated condition.
To make that a condition.
I can go ahead and try to word this thing if you.
That's our goal in preventing the overage, is
Not have things out of context and out of scale. So,
Right,
If-
we could try to contextualize.
I think that's the way to handle it.
I'll let
For
applicant to
applicant provide a more in-depth height study comparison
for review.
we have a motion on the floor for deferral for the applicant to address all previous comments and all prior motions. And for the applicant to provide a more in-depth height study for review and final review by staff. Did I get that right, Bill?
Yeah, I think maybe contextual height study would be. Contextual height study.
Okay. All right, do I have a second? Have a second to Bill's motion?
I seconded it, I think.
Oh, you did, you're right.
You seconded
Okay.
All right, I'll put it to a vote. Glenn? Omar?
Yeah, in favor.
Bill?
Yeah.
Julia?
In favor.
Chair votes majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you all.
Can I ask one question?
Go ahead.
The overhang? Do we need to change the overhang?
Board voted.
An agreement with
Final
that
review by
comment.
staff.
We did, and now it's based on the motion we just passed, it's final review by staff. That's the way that I'm construing it, so.
So is that just staff? Is that the?
Yeah.
Okay.
At this point.
Making sure.
And Marvin elevating fiberglass is it up?
Thank you.
We took 10 minutes last time. Do I have a motion on the floor for a brief recess?
10-minute recess.
A brief 10-minute recess. Bill, was that a motion you just made? I think it was. Do I have a second? All in favor? None opposed. All right, we'll reconvene at 7:23 right now on my clock, so 7:33. I don't know what that is. Yeah. I've been in those chairs. We only have quick. I guess 9 more. We've got 10 left. We got 9 more. Oh, no, I'm sorry, 8 more. You're exactly right.
We started with. So we've done. Took 60.
I know it was really trying.
Okay. It's pretty.
I'm so sorry, I was really about to do that motion thing that you texted me, and then I just. No, and I'm sorry. I just need to let me make a comment before I do that.
I got named in the lawsuit.
Because you could go to Mexico to get this. Yeah, so make everything out of this. Yeah, all the solid.
So Annabelle went to visit. Oh, no. She went to Colorado. She went to Colorado. Oh, no.
Yeah, she
graduates
next week.
Does she really?
That's so exciting.
I know,
I'm driving.
I'm flying to
This week with my mom,
and then flying to Chicago. and,
Yeah, everything, all of our.
So we're, it's like 4 days of stuffing. Well, definitely.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's exciting. Yeah.
I know. She's kind of jealous, but it has nothing to do with her major. But it's, she has a roommate and another friend who have a startup. And they're doing something with cryptocurrency. And it's 2 women and they're like incredibly smart. They haven't issued anything, but they just kind of second round.
That's
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yes, it is. But then you have to.
It's like cheaper to fly there.
Yeah, not cheaper to live there.
No,
But if I can, yeah, so it's so bizarre. I mean, it's just like, wait a minute, she's just not that old.
yeah, she's just crying. Wasn't that crazy? I mean, Steve's gonna be in high school.
I know, isn't it?
Yeah. I know. And, I'm really ready for him to go. I was just thinking. I didn't realize how.
You're like, okay, I'm done. And if he's been, you know, as soon as he gets 15, he's already. Well, he's done. Doomsday age. Yeah, I think that's.
And the complaint is about his snacks.
That would.
Plus, I supply him for Jason, the security guard.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So.
It's just like, so that staff.
So we're not even hoping that we boring pretzels made out of butternut squash. The scary thing is that 2 or 3 of the ones we've done already were really easy, like the demos, you know?
We've got 8 to go.
Oh my goodness.
You can hear you guys French.
Funny story.
Right there. You want some chips there?
You can have some chips.
You can just hear chewing.
Rub it in.
Those are good.
Want to try? They're really good for you.
I got one of those little bars.
Oh, yeah, they're good.
I'm wondering where
Oh, yeah, it would be on the record forever.
I mean, they even complain about 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
It's hard to
Means death. I'm gonna go back to being deaf. I'm stone deaf. Right.
In one ear?
Like my right ear.
Is that from all the equipment?
Where the hearing aid for meetings.
Is that from yeah, saw.
50 years ago. All of it, 60 years ago.
I mean, is that?
This is the building that's flat.
Yeah, I know. Y'all are just.
Yeah, he's nice. I don't know, he might be okay with it. It's the one.
Well, when are you leaving?
She's very, yeah, there's a book of them.
I know, I've been there. I have to go to all of them. I don't go anywhere, I have to go to the fun zone.
And so they,
When did you start doing vertical construction?
picked up climbing, she's got a class, so she's. There.
Yeah, there's plenty of tenants there, and then they have it at.
Building apartments, 3-story apartments.
What's up, there's sign outside near there.
She has to live somewhere first.
Greenville, South
First things
Carolina.
first. And I'm the, I can just see this like. I mean, she's been kind of a little bit like.
That's here right now, he's in seven.
Greenville Tech.
New York, Lincoln Center.
I remember where the Y was, it was past the Y.
Why?
Past the Y.
Headed downtown towards.
No, headed the opposite direction.
Had the opposite out, yeah.
Now, and
Okay.
I need a summer job. Went to construction site, just starting to frame up, they were pouring concrete.
Apartments, the buildings that were built along that area, along that stretch,
And,
next to First Baptist
You'll
Church.
begin to tap all
so I went to the construction trailer and
She's.
summer before I worked on commercial. Most of the summer in the ditch tailing on the back with the shovel. And so in the construction trailer, I asked if,
I mean, she's.
there are jobs.
Getting.
Labor. So he said, I don't know. He said, but you see those guys working over there? And that's building that project, and I knew it was concrete, they had to come up. He said, go talk to that guy. He, I think he's, and it was very crew. Only this is like, only African American. So I walked over and I said, yeah, I'm looking for the boss and what do you guys voices? Like gentleman over there, and I walk up to him and introduced myself. I said, I'm looking for a job. He said, you want to work for us? I said, yeah. He said, all right, I'll put you on.
Nice.
And so I spent the first couple of weeks doing, what, and that was, building headers, building pillars, and these guys, the frames is 5 acre. I was 4 or 5 acre, I was in the 5th or 6th guy. About 2 weeks in, that's his crew, he was out in Atlanta. And he said,
I know, 86 years old.
come on. And I started.
My daughter, over the minute, she's got.
And so I spent the rest of the summer working with him, doing layout, floor by floor. I mean, I would frame too, but there's that. And I did the layout. He taught me how to do layout. And those sort of things. They were the nicest bunch of guys. And they, but it was 1965. They stayed on their building. And I was the odd guy out. They told me a lot.
So,
Those fellas.
oh, yeah. Trying to figure out where you were.
I grew up when I almost never went. It's still there. 65 is probably a little.
So it was Y.
That's the Y going out of town.
So the Y would have been on your left.
I got it. I mean, I would rather have.
For 291.
Yeah.
Is this like a common?
Yeah, it was multiple three-story apartment. I worked this summer and then got sent off to military school. Oh, really? I'm not regional.
Are y'all ready to start back?
Yeah, I started it at Greenville and then got sent off to military school.
Bill, are you ready to start?
Yeah, I was this away.
Okay. We're on agenda item number 11. 37 State Street.
Frankie? Okay, 37 State is requesting preliminary approval to replace the 1958 addition. There are fenestration changes and new siding. This is category 3 in the Bridge Quarter, circa 1859 in the Old and Historic District. This is the location on State Street. Site photos. Showing the structure.
So, these are the windows and at the last meeting, there was some discussion about replacing or enlarging the openings to correspond with the openings that were there previously. And the photograph on the upper right in this set of images is in fact behind the finishes. You can see that really that is a single wide, the brick that's infill there. And there is the remnant of essentially a sort of sill height that's some 12 inches or so above the floor. So that is just to sort of reiterate our original proposal to put in larger windows. But next slide, please. And then the other element that we did not address previously was the replacement of what I believe was called the doghouse sitting on top. And so we've addressed that in this submission as well. So next slide. So the previous, in our previous application, we did speak to the fact that this 1958 addition and these other interventions that were done on the building were truly basically substandard. But I would find, and this is just interesting, on the upper left of this, in this slide, is in fact the census from 1950. And in the front part of this building, the 1859 building, there were 8 people that lived there. So it was 3 apartments. And in fact, of those 8, one was a tenant. So there was a lodger and 8 people. So in 1958, they were essentially displacing that and sort of moving from and that was probably pretty indicative of the neighborhood as a whole when we start looking at the census. Next slide, please. This is our demolition plan, and we're removing that doghouse. There is a large crack in the masonry in that far, what would it be, northwest corner, and this existing doghouse sits about 2 feet off of the back wall and very close to that north side, and it's quite likely that has. And Russell Rosen visited and concurred that there was certainly some stresses on that corner. Which next slide. These are just the floor plans. Next slide. Go ahead. Well, there you see we've relocated the monitor a little bit toward the street, about 3 or 4 feet closer to the street. It's accessed by a half-story spiral stair. It's kind of complicated, but I won't get into it. But in the next slide, we created these were the previous submission and the original. And so what you see here were on the ground floor, the transom over the door that has been relocated to the north. We've restudied that, and the 2 large windows, we've made those double homes. So you can see those in the next slide. In the upper left. And here you see our rendering of the roof monitor. The little hut that you saw was in fact, it's 10 feet tall. And we have installed this monitor, which is based on a frame of sort of a boat building proposition, and tilted the skylit face away so that in fact it's not visible from the ground level. And unless you were to get on top of another building, but and so there are just some sketches and some imagery in the lower left. So next slide. There you see some of our details for the back building, which will be it's masonry with a lime stucco, and then the monitor itself is clad in. We're looking at using a stainless steel sheet that's turn coated. It's turn coated or zinc coated rather, and so we'll do all of ours as flat lock seam, just like a traditional roof, and it can be painted the oxide red. So at the original, there are kind of in a poor condition roof there that we'll go back with metal, but in a using hand rolled flat lock seam. So next slide. That's it. Comments?
Do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
Question, looking at the roof access, the height of the parapet.
The top, well,
the height of the parapet above the roof deck.
it's about 18 inches. I think it dropped it down across the back so that it's ties in with this new building.
Any other board questions?
So I guess where Fillmore was going to say, do you not need a handrail?
No. I mean, it's not it's only accessible, it's not, it's a maintenance access. There's not a deck, there's no deck or anything up there. So it's, and in fact, the door out of that is 5 feet tall. So it is essentially a hiding hole.
Pretty interesting structure for a Sunoco hatch. But I mean, it's a very interesting structure.
Well, you gotta get up there somehow, so.
Oh, yeah.
And it provides light.
And it provides light. And
Yeah,
because
that's
the building faces east.
part of the reason is to provide some light access. Okay. Thank you. That's it.
Sketching it on. That's the best idea. Good job.
Any questions for the applicant? You good? All right, well, we'll move on to public comment. Do we have anyone speaking from the public? Move to city staff comments and recommendations.
We're worried about the furnace being slightly visible. In which case we just recommended that the east and west elevations be further. But we weren't understanding the material at that time.
Okay.
So, we recommend preliminary approval with staff comment and final review by staff.
Respond to anything and raise in the staff comments?
I think you didn't realize what it was made of.
Yeah, I think the drawing that we were looking at when we were writing the staff comments, we didn't realize the material.
And it's not.
I kind of like it being, yeah, I didn't see that. So I like it, you know, the flat log being painted the outside red.
All right, well,
No, wait, let me get clear. Was that an approval?
no, we have to go into board.
You gotta
discussion vote. So you had the opportunity to respond, but
that's fine. I didn't want to do what had happened earlier. Somebody said they left thinking that it was kind of a joke.
all right, well, I'll close the applicant's presentation and we'll open it up for board discussion and a vote.
Good, I have no issue with it. And I will just move for final approval. Sorry.
Appurtenance.
Did you make a motion? for
Final approval, yes, I did. I think, is that what I'm supposed to do?
Well, it's the request is for preliminary approval.
Preliminary approval with final review by staff.
We have a motion on the floor for preliminary approval with final review by staff. Do I have a second? Thank you, Glenn. I'll put it to a vote. Bill?
Yeah.
Fillmore?
Yeah, in favor.
Julia? In favor. Glenn?
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, agenda item number 12 is 192 Trad Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction and overview as soon as you are done. Okay.
192 Trad is requesting demolition of the existing site wall, garden shed, renovation and new two-story addition at the rear, which is the north side of the existing brick house. Circa 1938 in the old and historic district. Location on Trad Street. Front of the house and the view from the side street, which is west. Got some sample map showing. I'll turn over to that. Yeah.
Good evening. Thank you, members of the board, and always thank you to Frankie for all of her hard work. My name is Sebastian Von Marshall. I'm the architect of this project, 192 Trad Street. It's, as Frankie mentioned, a proposed renovation and addition, as well as the demolition of some non-historic site features in the rear. So if we can flip through some of these slides. Existing Sanborn map showing the house right here. Next slide, please. Some aerial images. Next slide. Some existing site photos with a single house directly to the east and sort of craftsman directly to the west. The Chisholm Street apartments are directly behind the lot, no problem. And then you can see there is visibility of the back of the house and the site from Chisholm Street in the bottom left-hand picture there. Next slide, please. The top right image is the existing non-historic little garden shed that's proposed for demolition. The bottom two images show the back of the house and an existing wood porch that's being proposed for demolition as well as part of the addition. Next slide, please. Some context and precedent images. This is a house just down a couple blocks on Trask Street. It has a similar addition on the back. You can see it in the second image on the right there. Towards the middle, there's sort of a plain, austere white wood shiplap wall in the back. And then the next slide has a similar precedent on much further down Trask Street on the left there. You can see the dark green painted wood wall, the addition behind that beautiful stucco house there. And then I think the one next to that is on Gibbs, which is actually very similar to our project. It's sort of an early 20th century brick house with a little portico and then a wood collaborative shiplap addition on the back. Next slide, please. Some site plans that show the scope of the work. You can see the little shed for demolition in the top corner there on the existing site plan on the left, and then you can see it removed on the proposed site plan. You can also see the footprint of the proposed addition. A couple of things, well, I'll get to that later. Next slide, please. And then the plan. So just a few key things I'd like to draw your attention to. You know, we do try to stay in keeping with the Secretary of the Interior standards for historic work on historic structures. So setting the building at the addition at the back of the structure. We set it over slightly to maintain the existing historic brick corner of that back addition or of the back single story part of the house. So you can still read the original volume of the structure and then it clearly define new elements. We are also proposing to extend the portico on the front. So currently it's just a trim edicule, and we're actually going to come forward a little bit to provide a covered area for the packages and for people to stand on the rain. So you can kind of see that just the two columns that we're pulling forward by the front door, by the front stoop. Next slide, please. The second floor follows the footprint of the first floor. We are adding the second floor on top of what is currently the one-story addition or one-story part of the rear of the original brick building. Next slide, please. And then the roof plan with mechanical units located on that, what we're calling the hyphen roof to get them up off of grade and out of flood. Next slide, please. The front elevation, existing and proposed, you can see the proposed portico at the bottom. I will say one thing we're studying right now, the existing fan light that's trim above the door will stay. We're proposing a portico with a pediment, but it would have a vaulted ceiling. So once you're below and behind the initial, once you can see behind the architrave and see the original fan light preserved beyond. So we're not actually removing that historic trim. It's just going to be set. It's going to stay in that plane. You'll just be able to see below the ceiling under the portico. Next slide, please. The primary elevation or the elevation that shows most of our addition facing west. You can see it's subordinate to the main structure. It's at the rear. It's in keeping, we think, with the character of the neo-colonial house, but it's a different material. We're using covered siding instead of the brick. We're using painted wood trim, a standing seam metal roof instead of the original slate roof, which is on the house. You can see the little addition that we're proposing on the second floor of the one-story component of the back of the building. And you can see that we're removing the existing little porch on the back of that one-story section as well. We are adding a little pediment to the addition. I'm curious to get the board's take on that. Our idea was to help provide a new sort of focal point in the garden, changing the axis from the back of the brick house to the back of the wood house, kind of a point of interest. Again, open to your thoughts. And then we are proposing a little bay with a curved little roof on top that mimics the original the porch roof that's at the back of the building right now. Next slide, please. The rear elevation, self-explanatory. You can see the little bay and the bay roof, and you can see how the addition is shifted over from the plane of the wall to hold that original corner. Next slide, please. I think this is the last one. And then this is the elevation facing west, which is visible above the neighbor's fence from Chisholm Street. And as a nod to the community, and obviously the visibility and frankly the integrity of the design, we are adding blind windows with shutters to help animate the facade a little bit with some detail. We're adding the pediment on that side as well, but as I mentioned, we're kind of open to revising that if you're so inclined. And then you can see the bay. We do have a window on the bottom of the bay because that is more than 3 feet from the property line. So I think we're allowed 25% fenestration. So we have that little window there. We also have a window in our second story above the 1-story brick section in the back. And I think that's it. We did meet with the Preservation Society. We met with the Historic Charleston Foundation, and I spoke with the Charlestown Neighborhood Association as well. And I think they have some comments, but I think generally the feedback was quite positive. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Von Marshall. Do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
I'll just quickly ask, what is that setback that you're proposing on the east side for the addition?
It is 2 feet from the property line. I forgot to mention we got BZA approval on April 19th. It's a non-conforming site setback.
2.7-ish, looks like.
Yes, exactly to the face of the main volume.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board questions? All right, we'll move into public comment. Do we have anyone speaking? All right, Frankie, if you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
The windows are taller on the addition than on the main house, but proportionally they're more vertical, which is something. We thought the roof was a little complicated and would recommend reducing certain types, particularly had thinking bay window, which we left the bay window. And we had a question about a rendering issue. Thicker on this side of the house, or is just a rendering?
It is the corner boards there. It's we're happy to make those thinner. I think initially we've been thinking of sort of attenuating them almost like live pilasters, but that's
it was more of a curiosity if it was a rendering or if there was actually something.
No, it was meant to sort of actually act as sort of a beefy corner support.
Okay. Staff recommendation is for conceptual approval with staff comments and final review by staff.
Mr. Von Marshall, did you want to respond to anything raised in the staff comments?
No, thank you.
All right, the applicant's presentation is now closed. I'll open it up for board discussion and a vote.
Wait, Frankie, so at 3, suggesting that
I did not have an issue with it. If he's intending that to be a detail, we were just wondering if it was intended to be a detail or if I see things.
covering up the fan line.
Actually, a window is just a sort of wood.
Fan light itself?
It's not a light, it is.
Oh, it's just an applied.
It's an applied trim, yeah, fan.
Is it historic?
It is, I believe it's first period to the house, but I'm not certain. May not be.
That's all, that's good.
Yeah, thank you.
For my part, I would say that, generally it's good. I mean, the height scale math's totally fine. I feel like maybe in line with staff's comments, it could be just tightened up a little bit and simplified a little bit, streamlined a little bit. Gable pediment element, I don't think is really doing anything important. And then I've always had an issue with pretend windows, pretend shutters. So if you could, I don't think zoning would have an issue with it sliding over just those extra 5 or 6 inches in order to have windows, if you want, on that east side. And I do agree with staff about the overly complex roof lines. I mean, I think just a simple gable extension out the back with some nice detailing would be. And then the big pilaster. I'm all right with it, but it seems like if you're gonna do it, you should return it and, really do it. Both sides of the corner.
Which I actually don't know if I'd be included. On the other end, I would think just.
Oh, yeah.
And so Julia, I did make that comment about.
Height of the windows. I've liked it.
I liked it.
We liked it. We thought on the original house, they were very square.
Yeah.
And we kind of liked the more vertical proportions.
Okay, yeah, oh, I thought you were indicating. Yeah, they're, okay, I got it.
You covered all my notes pretty well. I know in the past we have not allowed both. I like what, to break up that
Base, if you could get the inches you need to legally have. But in the past, we have not supported. Otherwise, I have nothing additional to add, and I think it's. For the base you're gaining, it's since attached to this.
Make a motion for conceptual approval. Staff comments 1 and 2. Board comments to eliminate no windows. Simplify trim. Eliminate pilaster effect.
Simplify the roof.
If I don't do my, well, that was on my board, the staff comment.
Oh, that's right, okay. You said final review by staff? Okay, we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with staff comments 1 and 2, and a board comment to eliminate faux windows, and also to simplify the trim / eliminate the pilaster element. And final review by staff. Do I have a second to Julia's motion? Vote, Glenn,
In favor?
Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Julia. Bill.
Yes, fair.
Chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Von
Thank you
Marshall.
very much.
All right, agenda item number 13 is 135 Calhoun Street.
All right, who give us an introduction and overview, please?
Calhoun is requesting conceptual approval for alterations to circuits located in the old and this is the current location on Calhoun. Up there, Calhoun. Turn it over to them. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Josh Koo with Quantum Reality Capture. Thanks you for being here so late tonight. This is what we can hope to be a pretty minor alteration to the forefront of this, what used to be a Mint nightclub. The owner's going through a rebranding effort, moving away from kind of the nightclub theme and making it to more of a live music and vintage bar. And wants to change the outside appearance. The interior design is going to be with a lot of kind of retro materials, reclaimed furniture, exposed beams, wood boards, and items like that. And this being a mid-century building, he would like to use some glass block on the exterior to help relate the exterior of the building to the interior theme, and also provide kind of some intrigue from the outside. As glass block provides like a unique texture to the building and light from the inside and outside. So going through the history of this building, you can progress to the slides. Looking at Sanborn's map and doing some research, the front portion of the building was built in the 1950s. And there really isn't much information on the architect or actually any photographs of the building up until like the early 2000s, pretty much. This is a photograph from in the 70s, just showing kind of that marble extension and this closed door. So there really is no history about the storefront of what it actually was. We believe that the footprint of the current storefront is original, but the actual storefront itself and the canopy are additions that were later on. Next, please. This is a streetscape showing the Big Gun Burger next door and Trio Club, also the mid-century building using marble, and just the rest of the context. And this is like a plan showing that we're only affecting just the front elevation of the building. Nothing else is being done. Next, please. As you can see here, the footprint of the storefronts remaining the same. We're really just asking to remove the canopy and remove the existing storefront windows that are there and replace them with glass block instead of just clear glass or storefront. And we're also asking to replace the front door using a door with a diamond-shaped vision panel in it to again relate to the theme of this vintage bar. Next, please. Going around Charleston, glass block is not exactly used a lot around town, especially this part of town, but there are some examples on the peninsula of commercial buildings and retail buildings that use glass block and effectively and to create really good interest, I think. There are a few on King Street. Trio next door has glass block, literally two doors down, uses glass block at their entry above the door. Fuel has a really long expansive glass block at their entrance. So there is a precedent for downtown, even though it is a detail that's not used very often. Next. So here's the before and after elevation. Just removing the canopy itself, I think, really opens up the building and makes it a lot more inviting to the street. Then we're proposing again glass block in those existing openings and then doing a clear transom at the top to help make the portions a little bit better. The existing windows there have a torque mullion down low, and which is not very common with these commercial storefronts. So we're putting it back up and creating a transom that aligns with the transom of the existing door. And then the trim, we're also painting some trim elements, kind of a emerald green, like a dark emerald green, to kind of set off the black trim around the storefront and the glass. Here are a few perspectives showing the difference without the canopy and with the glass blocks. The rendering technique here doesn't show quite the transparency that we're going for on the block. After talking to Preservation Society of Historic Charleston and the city architect, there were a little bit of issues with how much transparency there is and how inviting it is from the sidewalk for passerbyers going through, and they prefer a more transparent material. So if you guys do approve the use of glass block, we're very open to doing like a full-on transparent block, essentially just clear glass with a black block form versus doing something that's more opaque or frosty. So there's many textures out there. So if you approve it, we'll work with you to choose the correct transparency and texture of the block. And then this is just a close-up showing how it looks. Again, we're not changing the openings at all. We're just infilling them with a block. And then repainting and trim and whatnot. Next. Another, so we look from the outside. So all in all, I think is a pretty minor scope of work to be done. And the major issue is just the material that we're proposing. Regardless of the material, we would like to get approval to remove the canopy, even if you don't approve the use of the material. Then we then go from there. And then if you keep on, please. So after talking with the preservation groups, Historic Charleston, they said they were not opposed to the use of the block, but they did prefer the use of more clear glass. So we did an alternate option that showed just a clear vision window with the glass box around as a way to kind of hopefully satisfy some other parties if just a full-on elevation of block wasn't preferred. So you can scroll through these. It just shows this option with the window. But to be clear, we would like to get a rule for the first option that has the existing openings filled in completely. But we're open to compromise if that's something that's not wanted by the board. And this is just an animation on the blocks. On the left-hand side, you see there's like a dozen different textures and opacities that can be chosen from for the block. And again, we're open to like a purely clear block that it's texture approved. Because we really do feel like it speaks well to the interior theme of the bar and just the overall feel that it's going for.
Do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
Glass block. What would the joint or the material between?
Yes, it'll be the typical mortar joint. So we'll probably use either a white or a light gray mortar. The blocks are 8 by 8 by 4 inches deep. Helps to kind of counteract some of the sound that's coming out of the bar at nighttime.
Any other questions?
Currently connected through stone cladding panels, or the cladding panels are cut
So
there?
the cladding stops and there's a wood trim that the canopy dies into, and then the flashing attaches to just the sealant. So that would all be cleaned up and taken back to as best as can.
And the purpose of shifting to glass block is noise related and also vintage.
Yeah, it's mostly related to the feel of the bar that the owner's going for, just as vintage retro lounge. And also we feel that, anywhere the glass block is around town, it is on mid-century buildings. And I think, we feel that it speaks well to the style of architecture And again, like, again, 2 doors down, it's used on the Trio building. So I feel like it is appropriate for this context, even if it's not a widespread material. But again, it's mostly for the aesthetics and the feel. And the benefit would be the sound.
Any other board questions? All right, do we have anyone speaking from the public?
Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The Preservation Society really appreciates the applicant reaching out to us on this request. The proposal to introduce glass block to the storefront is incompatible with the BAR principles that specifically encourage use of clear glass on storefronts at the ground level to increase interest and security for pedestrians. And while we're not opposed to a creative approach to reworking the storefront, the treatment is not compatible with the immediate streetscape, so we would urge the board to deny. Thank you.
Wood Historic Charleston Foundation, HCF has reviewed the application for the storefront at 135 Conklin Street, and we thank the applicant for reaching out. We have no objections to the use of glass block at the storefront. However, we do believe that it would be more appropriate to have a glass block border around a storefront window, like the rendering. A clear glass storefront is more engaging for the pedestrian and better for the block. We recommend denial unless a clear block is installed on the center portion of the window. Thank you.
Anyone else speaking from the public?
Frankie, if you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations.
Glass block is a very, which we find to be inappropriate for a storefront, and that where it is used on the peninsula accent than the main. I just feel that the removal of the canopy makes the facade very flat and without detail. Staff recommendation is a deferral for restudy with staff comments.
Did the applicant want to respond to anything raised in public comment and then the city staff comments and recommendations?
Yeah. So again, just to respond to the transparency comment, again, we are open to using fully transparent glass block. So it would be completely clear just in 8x8 forms of a large window. Or we also are, I know it's not typical to provide 2 options to the board. This is such a small scope, we thought maybe we could, but we are open to the second option with a vision panel. That's what it takes to get even a little bit of glass block approved. And then as far as the canopy goes, the canopy is definitely not anywhere near original to the building, and it's also very ominous and heavy. And we really feel the building's better without it, and it really helps to just. It really just helps to remove it. Whether or not we have to come back with another canopy and another design, you know, we're not opposed to that, but we'd rather not have that just addition on the building and just use the current overhang of the door recess to provide cover of the entrance. Thank you.
All right, the applicant presentation and public comments now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I think that current canopy is less than 20 years old. Do you guys know?
It's not very old.
Yeah. Which is an N.
It wasn't so much, Steph's issue wasn't so much the canopy itself, it's just that facade is very.
Is it like Constantine?
Stretch of buildings.
Yeah,
redone facades, redone basically. Over the. I have no issue with removing the canopy. I think it actually at least then restores stone front to what it was intended to look like when it was added. It becomes very flat, but I think it was intended to be very
agree with Glenn. I think it was intended to be a flat facade and I don't have a problem with it.
I've already said something. I don't really care for the glass block picture frame glass with a plate glass window. I don't so much mind the look of rendering of the glass block proposal. I just fear that the execution of that, especially with a lighter grout, would then look like a shower window or a, I don't know, whatever you think of when you think of glass block. But if you went more, I remember when Vintage Lounge got redone and they had I think they're 3x3, the prism glass. I think could accomplish a very similar feel here with a higher quality product. It would be that's actually when I first looked at your proposal, I thought that's what the rendering was illustrating. So if the glass block material itself is an issue, I think the prism glass with leading could be an elevated way to achieve the look you're after.
Personally, I'm having trouble with the mishmash of like eras of design elements. I mean, when you look two doors down, there is the marble facade that's similar and it has that very vertical glass block element that I think works pretty well. I guess in this building, what I'm having trouble with is like there's like seemingly traditional wood storefront. Just want to remove clear glass and put glass block into, so it's kind of this incongruous thing I can't really make sense of. Makes any sense. It's just not cohesive to me. And I guess, I mean, Glenn, I do like that material, I do, but it harkens to the 20s or whatever, teens. Yeah. So I don't know, I'm just confused.
My first reaction was I usually see it. The other thing I guess I would be concerned about is the alternate show with the glass block with the picture frame, clear glass, and not that it's our purview, but structurally. Get the idea that there may be a mood and ambiance you're trying.
Just removing canopy. Mistake on that particular. Even clear. Pedestrian experience and generally used as accent and not as a principal entry. And I agree with Glenn. And
Maybe not
I'll
on
make a motion for approval of
And repair of the areas and deferral of
We have a motion on the floor for approval of removal of the canopy and repair of the affected areas and deferral from the window replacement.
Study if desired.
Second that.
Second from you. I'll put it to a vote. Bill? Fillmore? Glenn? Yeah. Chair votes to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Just one question. Is that included enough door with the diamond?
No.
For restudy of all the storefront changes.
Just the whole context of the storefront.
So procedurally, the whole storefront is deferred since we didn't make a decision on it. So. Okay, agenda item 14, 90 Cannon Street. I'll give you a moment. I'll take a break in between things.
Lady Cannon is requesting conceptual approval for renovation of the new storefront and rear addition. Number 4 and number 8. Missing site photo, Google cooperating with me, so I apologize. Up and down Cannon. Version of the structure.
So Andrew Gould with New World Byzantine. So this building is in pretty original condition, except that it's missing its storefront. It has this brick storefront that we think is added in the 70s. Go on to the next slide. So on the right side of the building, there's this driveway gate that is the neighbor's, appears to be the neighbor's driveway. Half of it actually is the property of this building, the property lines right in the middle of the driveway, which is pretty odd. We're going to let the neighbor continue using the driveway because it's been like that for a very, very long time. But it does mean that we can add windows on the right side of the building, which we're going to take advantage of, and I'll be talking about that more. Go on to the next slide. The left side of the building is hard up against the property line and hard up against the house next door. So if you go to the next one, you'll see the top's cut off there, but our building is actually leaning on the adjoining house. At the top, they're touching. So we need to straighten our building out. But yeah, there's our meeting space there. Go on to the next slide. And the top part of the storefront is intact. It appears that canopy roof is original framing inside there, and the brackets are original. So I've very carefully measured all that up and figured out which bits of molding there belong there and which don't, so that I can put it back together the way it's supposed to be. Next slide. Again, this brick here done in the 70s, you can see it's got a very, very shallow brick arch, which is starting to fail. If you go on to the next slide, that's the center of that big shallow arch, which is starting to open up. And next slide, at the connection of the arches, you can see there's a tension crack right in the middle at the top opening up as those arches start to sag in the middle, and the whole thing is gradually collapsing. The bricks themselves, you can see, are very nice 19th century bricks, so we'll salvage those and use them. Go on to the next slide. This is the inside looking forward at that storefront. The whole inside of the building is gutted, but pretty much all of the framing is original on the building shell. Next slide. I want to call attention to the staircase. Right now, the way the building works is that the residential entrance and staircase is on the right. And there's this little alcove that you go in and you can turn left and get into the commercial space. None of that is original to the building. You can see that there's a window with interior trim and everything that's been cut off by that staircase. And also the framed opening of the stairwell is very crudely, the joists are very crudely cut off and headed with more modern material. So nothing about that position of that stair or stairwell is original to the structure. I'm telling you that because I want to move the staircase to the left side of the building because the floor plans work much better to have the stair and the hallway on the left side where we can't add windows rather than on the right side where we can. Go on to the next slide. And this is upstairs looking towards the back of the building. Next slide. The interesting thing I observed upstairs is that the framing is designed to have far more windows than the building presently has. If you look closely at that picture, you can see that each of those pairs of studs that don't have windows have notched out mortises for the stairwells. That's a notch. This one. So essentially every bay all the way down the building was originally framed to have windows in it. Go on to the next slide. And then there's this little one-story concrete block addition on the back, which is really crudely built. Next slide. And this is the back of the building, which is pretty much all just fairly modern junk. Next slide. And from the neighbor's property, looking at the back there. Next slide. And looking towards the back of the backyard. Next slide. So the Sandborn maps, this is 1902. You can see that this building marked Undertaker appears to be, there in its current footprint. And go on to the next slide. And here you can see in 1951, it had some additions on the back, but they are not the same footprint as the addition that is now present. Next slide. We did a really exhaustive media search to try to find a photograph of what this building looked like before the storefront was bricked up and could not find any picture whatsoever. We found lots of interesting advertisements for businesses that used to be in the building back in the day, like this one that advertises automobile funerals offered. Next one. So the site plan here, you can see the plan is to remove the existing concrete block addition and replace it with one that's deeper with a back porch. And we're going to make it a little narrower so that we're not hard up against the neighbor's house. Go on to the next slide. And here you can see where I want to add windows. So every single window that I'm showing is added on this facade has a framed opening visible on the interior. So all of these are already the original window positions. Go on to the next slide. And then on the other side of the building, I'm going to remove that one window that's just inches from the neighbor's house, and then reopen an original window up on the second floor. Next slide. And talking about the storefront, which is really the most visible and important part of the project, you can see the original floor plan down there in the lower left. It's got this sort of alcove entrance with an iron gate, and then you can either go up the stairs or left into the commercial space. I want to just completely redo that in a more traditional configuration where there's a door on the left that goes up the private stairwell to the apartment, and then a center door that goes into the commercial space, which the owner is hoping to get a restaurant into this building. Next slide. Here you can see my storefront proposal in more detail. After a lot of very careful analysis of the original pieces of wood that are left up on that roof canopy and the depth of the brackets and so forth, I'm pretty confident that the way it originally was where it had sort of primary and secondary pilasters. The two primary pilasters at the corners, which are lying under the brackets, project out a little further. And then the secondary pilasters that separate the fenestration from one another are recessed back into the same plane as the wide board up below the canopy roof. And I'll show you some precedent images for that as well. And you can see I also am proposing some nice little decorative arch details at the top of the windows and doors. And I'll show you a precedent for that. And then also note that all along the bottom of this storefront, there's a big sill made of salvaged brick, and we would reuse the brick from the current storefront to make that brick sill. Next slide. Here's the detail of the addition. The addition is concrete block with stucco applied direct to block, so we don't need any control joints. Really the only kind of detail on it is there's this projecting three-step sort of projecting stucco and brick cornice at the top with a sawtooth detail on the center step. Very typical detail that you see on sort of, backyard masonry structures throughout the city. And then a simple understated wood porch on the back, which is really not visible from anywhere. Next slide. No floor plans. The downstairs is just a big empty commercial space. Pending whatever tenant might come in there. With a back door that will allow like outdoor dining in the backyard. Ideally, if it ends up being a restaurant. Next slide.
Got about 2 minutes left.
Okay. So it's a 4-bedroom apartment upstairs with a nice private back porch. Next slide. And the roof plan. So it's got an existing low slope from front to back. We're going to make the addition have a similar low slope from back to front, and then they meet in the middle with crickets directing the water to scuppers and downspouts on either side of the center of the building. Next slide. This building section showing the addition. Next slide. So I've got experience restoring these storefronts in the neighborhood. I did this one at Chase and Sage, which you can see was a similar situation where the canopy survived, and we created a new infill with French doors and glazing. Going to the next slide. This is one that's under construction right now at 221 St. Philip. Again, a similar case. The storefront was replaced with brick. The canopy survived, and I kind of forensically reconstructed what would have been there. Next slide. Also under construction, 223 St. Philip. Again, exactly the same case. Only the canopy roof survived, and I constructed something under it that seemed to match the existing details. So it was because of the success of these 3 projects that I was actually asked to do this building at 90 Cannon, because I really wanted to have a really beautiful storefront on this. Next slide. So precedence right across the street from 90 Cannon is this structure, which has a mostly original storefront. It's very, very similar in scale and detailing to what we've got here. So that's a good clue of what ours was like. Next slide. And around the corner, this is actually a perfect precedent because it's exactly the configuration I'm proposing where it's door, window, and the door on the left is accesses the staircase that goes to the house upstairs. And this also shows that distinction between the primary and secondary pilasters, that the corner pilasters project out a little further forward to align with the brackets, and then the internal pilasters are back in the same plane as the fascia board above. Next slide. And then I took my window details from this building where there's these 2 big windows that have a wider muntin going vertical and a skinnier muntin going horizontal, which has a lot of character, I think. And then next slide. I got those little arched details for the tops of the windows from this original storefront of about the same period, as well as this idea of having a door with very, very skinny stiles on it so that it matches the same stile width as the windows in the transom, which I think is most elegant. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Right. Do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
Do we have any public comment?
Hawkins, President Canberra Albuquerque Neighborhood Association. The applicant presented to the neighborhood several months ago, overwhelmingly supported. On a personal note, my wife and I are residents 2 doors down at 86 Cannon, and we would be a welcome addition, and to this renovation would be amazing for the neighborhood and for the street. So I'd encourage you to
support it. Thank you.
Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. I just wanted to quickly say the Preservation Society is highly encouraged by this sensitive proposal for rehabilitation. We did a bit of digging ourselves to see if we could find any historical evidence of what the appearance of the original design would have been, and without any documentation to inform the design, we feel that this proposal draws very sensitively from neighborhood precedents, and so we're pleased to offer our support. Thank you.
Anyone else speaking from the public?
Give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
As the applicant said, their addition is on Cannon Street.
Andrew, did you want to respond to anything? I'll open it up for board discussion and a vote at this time. A motion for approval. Conceptual approval for review by staff? Yes, conceptual approval and final review by staff. We have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with final review by staff. Do I have a second?
Second.
Vote, Glenn,
Yeah, in favor?
Bill,
Yeah, in favor.
Julia, Fillmore.
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes with the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Agenda item number 15, 774 Rutledge Avenue. Will give us an introduction and overview, please.
774 is requesting conceptual approval for 3 additional dwellings. There's an existing structure at the front, which is a category 4. On Rutledge. Site. Structure was previously approved by the board for
Hello, Andrew Gould again. So again, the proposal is to build 3 backyard houses, and I'll orient you a bit on the site. This is the view from across the street, and the visibility of the backyard houses will exclusively be of this driveway. Next slide. It says there, the next slide. And this is coming around to the back of the house, looking at the backyard. And again, there's this 2-story structure in the back that is old, but it's really just kind of a utility junk building. It's just kind of a shed, and I understand that that has previously been approved for demolition. I want to call attention to all of the new buildings surrounding this lot. All around it, there's quite tall, quite new buildings, none of which went through BAR review. Because the BAR having purview over this land is a very new thing. Like just months ago, I understand that the I don't know if it's the commercial corridor district or something was expanded to include residential development on these properties. So we are probably the first up in that neighborhood to have residential development under BAR purview. Going to the next slide, you can see just to the right of our lot, there's a really substantial new building that's going to tower over what we're proposing. You can see on the left also 2-story structures. Going to the next slide. So this is standing in our driveway, looking at the back. So the new houses will be strung right out along there. The sun is on the grass. Next slide. Next slide. And standing towards the back, looking forward. So again, the new house is also here. Next slide. And this is the very back part of the backyard, which will be the parking lot. Slide. And standing in the very back, looking forward. What's next door? Next slide. So I'm standing in the middle of the lot, looking forward. You can see these 3-story houses. Next next slide. So site plan, storehouse, the existing one approved for demolition, and here you can see the three buildings here. Now, I want to say one important thing. If I had my brothers, I would put the three new houses at the back of the lot and have parking in between the two. But the fire marshal will not let us do that. That was struck down in TRC. The fire marshal said there's no rear access to this property. It's very deep. And he basically said we cannot build anything further back than this line because of. So we were simply ordered by TRC to keep everything in front of that line that the fire marshal designated. And my kind of concept for keeping these buildings relatively friendly and discreet, despite kind of the crowding of them at the front like this, is that they all have a nice front porch. So that view up the driveway will just be the go on to the next slide. So here you can see the existing compared to the proposed section through the site. Let me talk a bit about the height of the buildings and subordination. When I was asked to do this project, I spoke with Tori, and I said to her, you know, it's awfully hard to be subordinate to a one-story building. So, you know, and we have, this is a big lot, so we have zoning rights to build 3 new houses on it. And it's zoned for 2.5 stories. What is a reasonable compromise here? And Tori said that she would support 2-story houses on this lot, but that was a compromise between the 2.5 story zoning and the 1-story existing structure. Particularly considering that everything around us is 2 or 3 stories. This is the only 1-story building around. So she said we could do 2 stories, and these are technically 2 stories, but I've disguised them as sort of a tall 1.5 story, just because I thought that seemed more reasonable on the lot. And then you can see on the street statement from the front, you know, see that peeking up above this house. Next slide. You can see more detail. The new houses strung up in a row. I've given them a sort of cottagey aesthetic because I think that's appropriate when you've got 3 little houses close together. These are only 910 square feet each house, cute little 2-bedroom cottage houses. And I gave them open rafter tail detailing, which matches, you know, these the bungalow architecture in the front. Go on to the next slide. Here you can see them up close. So yeah, really elegant rafter tails, nice X design on the railings, which is typical of sort of backyard cottage kind of structures all throughout the neighborhood. Going to the next slide. Floor plan. This will be the sort of upside down houses where we've got bedroom suites downstairs and minimal wasted space for this little staircase that comes up the center, so that there can be a nice open kitchen living room space on the 2nd floor with these 4 dormer windows, all visible in one open room, trying to make the most of a really tiny house. Next slide. There's one. Yep. So this is the building section. About 9 foot downstairs and 6 foot high. The roof starts to slope in upstairs. Porch. Yep, that's it. All right, thank you.
Are there any board questions for the applicant? Do we have anyone speaking from the public? Frankie, if you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations.
I'm going to say before I start reading comments, Tori is out with COVID, so I have not spoken to her before going through comments. So some of these are incorrect. And I just texted her, she goes, oh yeah, I did meet with him. I didn't tell you that. So apologies here. We're gonna deal with this as we go. I did verify with zoning that per them, 6 parking spaces would be required. I assume that would be a question the board had. They require 1.5 spaces per unit. So I'll read the original comments and then we'll adjust. The bar is guided by the Secretary of Interior standards for its treatment of historic properties. Principles indicate new construction shall not destroy spatial relationships that characterize the property, and that new work shall be differentiated from the old as well as compatible with new historic materials, features, size, scale, proportions, and massing to protect the integrity of the property. As proposed, the new 1.5 story accessory structures overpower in height the existing 1-story historic building. To mitigate, we would consider relocating the structures. I do understand about the fire marshal stuff. That cannot be done. I did speak to zoning. They did not provide me that information about the fire marshal requiring you to have the buildings up front. Staff is appreciative of the proposed pervious pavers and recommends limiting the hardscape of the driveway parking lot to the minimum needed possible. And then while the new proposed structures are handsome and well detailed due to their proximity to the existing Craftsman bungalow, it might be ideal to take some cues from the existing. The architectural language could lean more Craftsman or vernacular with the rafter tails, or more colonial with the 6/6 window. This original was deferral for a restudy with staff comments. Given that this did go by Tori, like I said, it's been a crazy week. We will amend our recommendation to approval with staff comment ignoring.
Andrew, did you want to respond to anything raised in the staff comments? Your recommendation?
Well, I think I already addressed most of that. I don't have any preference regarding, whether that parking lot is all pavers.
All right, the applicant presentation is now closed. I'll open it up for board discussion and a vote.
One more question for the applicant. The fire marshal's requirement, was that whether or not they're sprinklered or what?
He did not allow mention of hose mains. No, he did not.
Stricter on that.
Go ahead.
Like to see if possible to have more, call it green space or something. It appears to be a pocket. The land in between each house. Not an expert, I'll just. Hearing that spoken to, whereas I think actually he's done a really good job of minimizing that. These are, in essence, we'll call them 2-story homes, but I think they're closer to 1.5 stories. Not really a major sticking point for me, but I didn't know if maybe some consideration, just maybe a little bit of minor detailing just between the units. Subtle little differentiation, it might just be the shape of the rafter, just something to, set them off apart just individually, slightly, very minor detailing maybe. Yeah, I guess I would say I'm in staff's new recommendation.
Pretty much I'm on the same page, and I know that area really well, and there are a bunch of recent precedents that are extremely out of scale with front houses and everything else in the neighborhood. So I think this is a reasonable proposal for this property.
There, take a look to try to get a feel for. And of course, see is that on that side of the street for, 4 houses this way and 3 or 4 houses that way, that's the only little 1-story house. And the same thing across the street, you go down 3, 4, 5 houses and there's 2 or 3 1-story houses in a row. All around this, everything is 2 stories, so big 2 stories. And the house next door and the house right behind it, which is in essence in the backyard of the house next door, just towers over these little houses. I think the fact that they're a little taller than the front house, considering the diminutive, I think they're really attractive. I think if you try with this design, which I think is very nice and well detailed, if you try to sort of interject or sort of craftsman style element to match the front house, it would really not go well with these. Little stubby lower columns and upper columns. They're almost always on porches that are elevated with several risers coming up. And these little structures, I just don't think lend themselves to that kind of manipulation. So I think they're very nice. I like them the way they are.
Anything you want to?
It would be nice to see more green space. It's really difficult to put some parking space.
I'll make a motion for conceptual approval with staff comment number 2. Does that cover it?
I didn't know if you wanted a board comment for more.
Staff comment number 2 is about recommends limiting the hardscape to the.
I just ask if by that you mean space or do you mean?
Oh, I don't
what I
think we're
thought
advocating
too.
for gravel. We're advocating for green.
I thought
Gravel's even worse.
you could be construed that way.
Sorry,
that's
yeah.
why.
In favor of green, yeah. Board comment, just add a board comment to green it up.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with staff comment 2 and a board comment to encourage green space.
That's
I have a second. Bill, 1. I'll put it to a vote. Fillmore.
In favor.
Lynn. Julia.
In favor.
Bill. Chair votes with the majority and the motion passes with 4 for and 1 against. Thank you.
Thank you.
On agenda item number 1658 Lawrence Street. Give us an introduction and overview, please.
Lawrence is requesting conceptual approval to change the configuration of front doors and windows, replacing the Juliet. Okay, it is not rated in answer. On Lawrence. Photos. Turn it over to that.
Laura Altman, LFA Architecture. 58 Lawrence was built in 1940 as a duplex originally. It was built for siblings with a unit on each floor. And later, the first floor front bedroom was rented out. So that is why we have that extra third entry door. The building is not rated and was not even included on the 1985 architectural survey. We are requesting conceptual approval so that we can convert this from a duplex to a single-family home. I'll focus on the front elevation. Can you go to my slides? It starts with, it has a picture of the front elevation and the front,
Presentation.
I sent you the PowerPoint presentation.
It was at the big-
I had a few slides before the drawings, that's all. Okay, we'll go to A201 maybe. So I'm going to focus on the front elevation since we're all tired. We were working hard to update this front elevation to both respect the history of the building as a duplex, but also provide a central entry considering that there were 3 doors. So what we've done is we're keeping the double windows and keeping that central door. The left and right doors are becoming windows. But in order to help show the evolution of the house and be respectful to the duplex, when we infill under the window sills in the old masonry openings, we'll keep those vertical joints. Not toothing the brick in, because then a lot of us can look at that building and say, oh, there used to be a door there. It helps speak to the evolution of the house while still providing a central front door appropriate for single-family home. At the second floor, the openings will remain as existing. We'll simply change out that 15-light center door for a pair of French doors. And we are now restoring the second floor porch as shown in that 1960s photo. We are updating the railing from the photo slightly, adding a few extra newels or posts to provide some extra stability. And then our other big discussion point would be painting the brick. We are still proposing to paint the brick using a mineral paint. We have plenty of precedents throughout Charleston, both historic brick and modern brick that have been painted on residential buildings and commercial buildings, all eras, whole buildings and partial buildings. I plan to go into the details. You have a spreadsheet that I provided with my proposal, with the application, that shows a handful of these precedents. And within that, I've highlighted the addresses that are most applicable, most consistent with the time frame of this building and the type of brick. The key is that painting the brick doesn't take away from that texture and the history of the brick, whether it's old historic brick, handmade, whether it's Philadelphia pressed brick that has been painted. You can still see that texture, the shape, the size, all of that. So within your packet on sheets A004 to 006, there are several images showing different precedents, different buildings, as well as, I believe on A003, there should be a picture of the existing, yes, that one. So this top right picture shows the existing brick detail. And then if you'll go forward a couple of slides, going one more. The brick here on the marching building is probably the closest to what I believe will end up, what our brick will look like once painted. So again, there are precedents throughout Charleston, all different neighborhoods, and all different eras of brick, different types. Plenty of precedents specific to this project. So I request that as you consider the brick and painting it, they keep that in mind, and also keep in mind that the building's not rated and was not even included on the architectural survey back in 1985. We are not aware of any objections from neighbors or the neighborhood association. I've spoken with Preservation Society and Historic Charleston Foundation, and both seem happy with the improvements we've done in the front elevation. I hope that you are also happy to answer any questions.
Questions for the applicant? Is there any public comment?
April Warren, Historic Charleston Foundation, HCF has reviewed the application, and we thank the applicant for her time and for responding to our comments from the previous meeting. It appears that the applicant has responded to the board's comments, and we recommend approval of this application.
Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. We also really appreciate the applicant's continued communication on this project and the responsiveness to our feedback. We're very pleased to see the reintroduction of a full width porch and retention of character defining 3/3 windows on the front facade. However, our one hang up continues to be that we cannot support painting the exterior brick as this goes against the Secretary of the Interior standards that specify that historically a finished material should remain unfinished, and we do feel like this is a particularly characteristic element of the building's mid-century construction that goes hand in hand with its classical revival style. So we would ask that that part of the application be denied. Otherwise, we're supportive. Thanks.
Public comment? Give the city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Okay, which has been redesigned to mimic the original, which we appreciate. Is stricter on board comments from the last meeting. The board emphasized retaining the history of the building by maintaining the appearance of a duplex, which acknowledges the original design. And the board noted that the configuration be a character defining feature, which should be the front elevation and fenestration pattern of the current proposal removes board also indicated concern over painted brick, but noticed that a reversible field sample could be an option for who struggled with painted brick and many examples of applications from a while ago. Board should determine if a reversible field sample is designed to mimic the duration of history on this building. Our recommendation as per board's previous mention.
Thank you, Frankie. Ms. Altman, did you want to respond to anything raised in the public comments or in city staff comments and recommendations? All right, public comments and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move to board discussion and a vote.
I'm really happy with the revisions. I think the front elevation is great and a perfectly reasonable approach to converting this to a single family house. I'm on the fence about painting the brick. Generally I draw the line, like when you get into the 60s, I don't really have any issue with painting most brick, but before that, it's tough, case by case. I don't know. Curious what others think about that.
Just what you've done to the, that I appreciate that. I think that was a good way to give a nod to. And so I'm happy with that. And the brick, actually, I probably do have the same comment. I'm interested to hear what others think. Be more inclined to agree with something that's reversed.
Porch does. Yeah, I guess regarding painting the brick, I mean, I know you're talking about some sort of mineral paint, kind of paint, something that's Does the texture of the brick through it? Still leave the field sample door open, I guess, just to see, because the capacity aged by wash on there. So that can almost be prescribed. Washes is enough for the client to satisfy their want. Color or appeal. House, but also to satisfy. It's a very fine line, though, I would say that. Like Julie said last meeting, we're right there at that threshold of that brick age where it's like, we'll leave the door open though to see maybe some density or opacity of color as it's applied. That I think you've done.
I did walk to the grocery store and stand out in front of this house for a while like a crazy person there. I'm sure they thought I was a weirdo. Just trying to envision paint versus no paint. I think first and foremost, this is a house with little detail. It wasn't designed and built with any detail. And so I think there is some merit to considering the paint job where a sloppy paint job has been done for the past 50 years, just up a little bit of trim and woodwork and perhaps an exploration of trim color changes your attitude toward the red brick. I don't hate the red brick. I don't love the red brick. There are a ton of houses from this era that are painted brick. But at that point, this house has never been painted. So if it had been painted white in 1930, like so many other houses painted white in 1930, we wouldn't be having this discussion. But it survived 90 years or whatever without being painted. So general guidance would be not to paint it, but I'm also not ferociously opposed to painting it or washing it. But I do think exploring your palette of painting the things that are already painted could change your outlook toward that. Not a yes or no on my end, but it just made me think that the red brick with the white columns and white everything else and the black, a little bit of black. Maybe there's another thought to this.
Good idea.
All the other changes are positive. Appreciate the idea that matching the existing windows and keeping the brick in. And you got the two sets of stairs. And then with the cold joints and the brick, bottom line is you can change it back. It's a nod to recognizing with the building. Department of Interior standards say that's our fundamental baseline, and the building's never been painted. And so a lot of painted brick buildings in this period works, and but that doesn't alter the fact that this, as Glenn said, this building has never been painted, and I think considering a different route. Yes. Alternate colors to just the plain white might change. I think the building kind of wants to stay brick.
Sounds like across the board, we're not opposed to seeing a reversible sink. I will say I'm not a paint expert, but this does feel more like a house that if it were a color, it would be more of a paint than a wash on this intense orange red brick, but I could be incorrect about how the wash would react on this brick.
Yeah, I've seen not on a house of this nature, but I've seen a couple of those, and they, what I have seen seems a little deprived. So I'm not saying that you couldn't achieve it where it looked certainly open to looking at. Or to be painted, it would.
That suggestion of really studying the options for painting the trim, I think is really interesting and could be a pretty radical change to the whole feel of the house.
I talked to it for a while.
But well, and I think the whole painting every brick house white is kind of a trend that one day we might look back on and say, do that. I'm going to try to make a motion for conceptual. For what did I ask for? For conceptual approval. With a board condition that if to paint the brick, it's subject to review of reversible samples.
Is that a board review or staff review? I think that's the consensus too, but just want to make sure we clarify. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with a board condition that if the applicant wants to paint the brick, it's subject to board review of reversible samples. Do I have a second? I thought it was maybe Fillmore this time. Oh, all right, Fillmore. Put it to a vote, Glenn. Fillmore?
Yeah, in favor.
Yeah.
In favor.
Bill? I vote to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Agenda item number 17 is 23 Reed Street. Frankie, will give us an introduction and overview, please.
Is requesting final approval.
Operated
on the east side in the Old City District. And on Reed.
property.
My name is Clay Shackelford, I'm the architect. So we've come a few times and we're trying to now finalize the exterior cladding of the house. So there's nothing that's changed on the site or the floor plan or mass and detail of the house. So it's really about the exterior materials. So I think if we just go ahead and step forward to the elevations. So previously we were stuck. We started out stucco on block, but needed to step back stucco on wood framing, which is what you see in the previous submittal. And now we're proposing stucco on CMU for the base, with a brick veneer for balance for the majority of the house. Some of the other things we kind of changed since the stucco is we removed the coins from the corners. And whereas we had the implied sills and scored jack arches with the brick version, it'll have cast stone sills as well as cast stone jack arches with keystones. And that pretty much runs for all of this. If you go to the next slide. You know, the same for this side, we will have the arches on the porch within the brick there. Where it is, well, we have the openings in the stucco. Those will be kind of implied, whereas the sill, however, will be a true cast sill, but we'll stuck over it so that we want the base to be sort of monochromatic, where there will be a contrast with the brick and the cast materials. Otherwise, the roofing has not changed. That's still standing seam roof. So I don't mind stepping back to the roof plan. You can see the zone of brick that we're proposing as well as the red. And it's sort of a very natural stucco. It's not meant to be a weathered stucco, but it be that sort of that tone of stucco that we're showing there. So that concludes.
All board members have any questions for the applicant?
I have one on the west side. Could you just sort of talk us through the decisions about the cladding on that elevation?
Right, that was something that the owner wanted me to explore, is the side of the house that is right next to the adjacent house. And it was just really more of a material change that she wanted and requested. She is also here, she's present. So what does happen is to get the relationship right of brick to the stucco. The stucco is slightly proud of the brick, but we want the siding to sit just proud of the stucco. That's why there is the plan. There is a slight jog. Stucco wall.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right, do we have any public comment? Frankie, if you'll give city staff comments and recommendations.
Placement of the siding on the west elevation seems random. Rows should be consistent above the base, either brick or siding, and not a mixture of siding brick veneer on the same. Staff recommendation is for final approval with staff comment of selecting one exterior material or the other.
Mr. Shackelford, did you want to respond to anything raised in the city staff comments? Right, the applicant's presentation is now closed, so I'll open it up for board discussion and a vote.
We'll start.
Definitely, I think it's come a long
way. I think it's really close to being good in my eyes. Little things, the keystones, jack arches that are applied are excessive and unnecessary, but I don't feel that strongly about them. Same would go for the arches under the porch and some of the, slightly excessively stylized elements. But again, that wouldn't be a deal breaker for me. The cladding, though, I think should be a little more sensible. And I guess in my mind, it would kind of be logical to clad the whole front volume with brick veneer and then acknowledge the transition somehow and have the back volume be siding if you want some siding. The way the west elevation is now is just I can't quite follow the logic. Last thing, the foundation treatment at the front elevation, the street elevation, I think could be restudied a little bit from just the openings that are kind of oddly proportioned.
It details very well in brick. Detailing and materiality. Really, my only hangup is hiding. I would. That was the case. I mean, a bit of flourish going on with some of it. My only really I just go ahead and break. Pick one then.
The only reason I might just using some siding is because this is really a massive house and brick veneer is pretty that location, but again, I don't feel strongly about it at all.
Sides. The reason that is, yeah.
I think that it's all be brick or we're going to be a change. Participate. So.
I agree with what Gilip said, and I think that.
Final approval. I got preliminary before.
Sleep.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll make a motion for approval. Staff comment. The board comment that an alternate approach of changing the siding for the rear volume would be. Could be acceptable.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor for final approval with staff comment 1. And a board comment that an alternate approach of changing the siding for the rear volume could be acceptable. Final review by staff. Do I second to Julia's motion? Bill, right? Put it to a vote. Glenn? Fillmore?
Yeah, in favor.
Yeah, in favor. Bill?
Yeah.
Chair votes with the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Shackelford. We are now to the 18th and final agenda item this evening. 559 Rutledge Avenue.
There's nobody here.
Our applicant didn't show up. Well, unfortunately, because we could not give the applicant the opportunity to present and respond, we will have to defer by default. Therefore, do I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you, Glenn. Do I have a second? I'm gonna give that to Fillmore. All in favor?
Nobody's out there.
None opposed? Meeting adjourned. Someone to get for discovery.
Well, I never saw anybody out there.
There hasn't been anybody in here for a while.
So what about the poor lady with the king from Carolina with the roof?
Well, as part of that, her service provider should be familiar. If they send you, then you have to be on the agenda.
Okay, I know